guest on. Okay, basically, guys, today's stream. Hello, first of all. I think it's my first stream since. Have I streamed since the Foraging Alpha opened? I don't even know. But today's stream, we are having other YouTubers on. Derailious said he might drop by. Remiddle's dropping by. 30Virus is gonna drop by. Fearless is gonna get on. I think Banana's gonna get on. Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think any admins are gonna get on unless an admin's watching the stream. Oh, Mash, you could tap in too. Yeah, you can. I'm inviting. I'll invite everyone on to talk, but we're gonna try to get through the creators first. That's just how it is. I don't even know what to tell you about that. That's just how it's gonna be. We're getting through the creators first. What is this title? Yappy, is game not game? Is game no longer game? What's up, Nitrix? Okay, first off, how's everyone doing? VT Gaming, thank you again for the raid. I appreciate that. Did I miss anyone's important messages? Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing? Who sub? Peachy and Abuko both sub. Thank you, guys. I do appreciate it. Anyone curious about my video? It's 15 minutes long right now, so that's pretty good. Salty Thing is not here. YT rank discrimination. Yeah. Wait, rejoin the call. Can I join Maz's call again? Oh, never mind. Sorry, I'm trying to get all set up. Opera GX. Okay. I guess I'll start by telling you guys my thoughts of the update. Yeah, okay, so actually, should I just get on the alpha server and walk around instead of on this server? alpha.hypixel.net. Damn, waiting in the queue must suck, am I right, guys? Long ass queue. Oh, hello, Sweet Booty. Yeah, you're invited too to come on, Sweet Booty. I'm inviting any creators to come on and share their thoughts, and then if not enough creators are filling the time, everyone is also invited. Okay, let's... First off, I want to say, I think the update is mostly fine. Except... Like, I don't have a problem with any of the actual new content they're adding in. My main problem with the update is the attribute refund. I have a problem with the way they're refunding attributes because they said that they made it very clear they would be properly compensating everyone for their attributes, which is basically them saying you can continue to play the new content, Kudra, like any attribute content. You can continue to work towards that, and you will not be punished in the future for doing so. So that's what I thought. I've invested a ton into my attributes. Well, I guess you can't really see them on this server, but actually we're going back onto main, so you guys could actually see that I do have some attributes. But I'm gonna be honest, even if I didn't have attributes, my point still stands. So if you don't know, GG leaked. Yeah, I'm pretty sure leaking my 2FA code actually isn't bad. I'm like pretty sure. I looked into it more. I don't even know about that, but yeah. So actually, I'm toggling chat. I want to get distracted. Yeah, we'll talk about that in a second, Tilted Honey. So basically, on the Foraging update, on the alpha server at least, so I guess it's not like... Oh my gosh, I'm already getting distracted. Hold on. Actually, is this mean if I kick everyone? No, it's not. On the Foraging on the alpha in the Foraging update, they're removing attributes because attributes were deemed an overpowered part of the game, which I don't disagree with. I don't disagree attribute system probably needed to go or at least be majorly changed, because in the current way it exists on the main server in the game, they're overpowered, and basically especially equipment, any equipment with attributes on it kind of outclassed in every situation equipment that doesn't have attributes on it. So like, for example, the glowstone gauntlet is like, a lot of people wear this like everywhere, either like a veteran one or mana pool one. People like it. It's just a good piece of equipment because it's cheap. You can make a lot of them and combine them to level up the attributes very high. And that is why, yeah, and I mean, it's just better than any like glove that you could ever get, other than like a few. It's like very good. It outclasses so much stuff, which is why they're replacing the system. Xander, thank you for the Prime 22 months. I appreciate it. This game is a hellhole. Yeah, but Skyblock is dying. Skyblock is dying. It's gonna kill Skyblock. No, the title's kind of clickbait, but we're just talking about it, okay? So yeah, they're getting rid of the attribute system, and so again, they've said in the past that we will not be punished for participating in the content, and we should continue to play it, because when the system gets changed, we are going to get fairly compensated for our efforts. TLDR, they lied. So basically how it works is, for the refund at least, okay, actually, let me specify again. I think the update is good, but the refund part of the update is actually very bad in my opinion. I don't like it at all. They're overcompensating for god rolls and undercompensating for everything else, which I'm gonna explain to you why they at least need to change what's on the alpha right now. So for the moment, if they classify your piece as a god roll, then they refund you with an amount of feathers. Actually, here, okay, we're gonna be jumping between the servers a good amount. So, for your attributes, you could do /attribute menu on the alpha, and then if you attribute transfer and put in a piece here, like let's say this, on the bottom it will pop up with a certain amount of feathers, and it's an ank feather. So basically what these feathers do is you can use them towards certain RNG meters in the game. So I traded in a bunch of my stuff. I got about 100 feathers, which is a lot. I almost have enough to meter an entire sangria die, which I wouldn't even do if I had this many feathers. I wouldn't waste it on sangria die. I'd probably save it for something else. But so yeah, that's how you get feathers. I've heard they also drop from Kudra in the update, since Kudra's loot is getting majorly reworked as well, since attributes are getting changed. I don't know if that's true, if it does come from Kudra, but if it did, I still think that would be a weird thing to have in the game. And I think the existence of feathers as a whole is a weird thing in the game. We don't know what kind of restrictions they're going to be placing on it. Like, are you going to be able to save feathers for future content? If a new Slayer were to come out, could we save our feathers for it? For future dungeons, like that's something that could legitimately happen one day. Could we save feathers for that, for future dungeons? Just stuff like that. And then even other stuff, like if they add more tier 7 enchants, like I guess anyone with feathers, or I guess that kind of applies for just a problem with the RNG meter. For if a new enchant comes out, you could just get it off the experimentation table with feathers, which you could already do, I guess, with the RNG meter anyways, but feathers obviously amplify it. You can also H feathers, which I also think that's dumb. Like, I don't know, I just don't like the existence of feathers being in the game, because they're just weird. Like, for example, it's possible feathers... It's possible, like, if I wanted to go grind an alloy, it's possible the fastest way to do so would be grinding feathers from Kudra. Can anyone confirm they come from Kudra? Or, like, should I just speak as if they do come from Kudra? I don't actually know if that's true or not, but that's what I heard. They do, okay. 1 in 60th drop? Okay, that's just absurd. But yeah, so I just don't like that. Like, even if there were a lower chance than 1 in 60, I still wouldn't like it in the game. I don't like you could play Kudra and skip a bunch of other stuff you would have to do in the game. I think that's very weird. They should definitely be soul bounded. And I just don't think it's the solution for a refund, if I'm gonna be honest. I don't think it's a solution. Also, did I just like super jump there? Did anyone see that? Let me get my alloy, then get rid of them, sure. Yeah, so I just don't think... I'm not sure what they should do, if I'm gonna be honest. I do know this isn't what they should do. So I guess we'll get into more about feathers later, but I'll also talk about another part of the update is, so with them removing attributes, they are leaving players with useless Kudra sets. An Iron Man, I have 5 different Kudra sets, 2 Infernal, or 2 Crimson, 2 Aurora, and 1 Terra set, because I had a Breeze set, I had a Breeze Mana Pool set, I had a Vit Vet set. Okay, for Aurora I had Breeze Mana Pool, Mana Regen. For Crimson I had Magic Find Vet, Vet Vits, and then I had whatever Terra Armor I could get, aiming for Lifeline Mana Pool. Not to mention, yeah, 30 volt. Let me just read chat. Let me not read chat. I'm just trying to get my opinions out, and then we'll start having guests on. But yeah, so back to what I was saying. I have 5 different Kudra sets, and now I won't need them. I mean, I guess I would probably use, like, you can make the argument now you'll have different sets for different enchantments. Like, maybe I'll have a Legion sets for, I don't know. I don't know, to be honest. Like, definitely Hab Tactics and Legion, valid argument for that. But I still think there should be the option to get a full refund on these sets for Essence, Teeth, Heavy Pearls, and the coins to upgrade. I think there should be an option to get a full refund on these sets, because I mean, the sets are just gonna be useless. Just give me at least the Crimson Essence back, the Teeth back, the Heavy Pearls, and the coins. Just give me that all back for my 2 sets. Yeah, so that's what I think about that. And then what else? Oh, I have a big problem with how they are transferring, with how they're dealing with the refund of attributes. Because, for example, I don't know what they've changed since I last got on alpha, but when I got on, there's just a bunch of stuff that I didn't agree with. So I'll just say how it actually is right now. So my Crimson chestplate was Magic Find Vet, which is the main god roll for Crimson, and that gave me, I think, 14 feathers, which I think that's good. And I would actually almost say that's like an overcompensation for that. Like, 14 feathers is a lot. That's enough to redeem 7 million XP on the Zombie Slayer meter. I just think that's too much. I have done a ton of Kudra, by the way. I've done over 1,000 Infernal tier runs. 1,300. So I've done my fair share of Kudra. So I did I mean, I got enough for what is that, 85 feathers? So yeah, so for example, I got feathers, and I got basically how it works is for your attributes they give you Warp Galatea. Oh my god, what the hell? Okay, let me open up a modern version of the game. 1 second. And actually, I'll keep this version on Hypixel. 14 is pretty perfect after prices go down. I just don't like the existence of feathers. Remittal, is that true? Okay, let me open up Flashback. But yeah, so the way they're going about the attribute refunds, I just entirely disagree with. So, for example, I already salvaged this stuff on the alpha, but I could still show you what I had on main. So, for example, for this glowstone gauntlet, first of all, it's not considered a god roll. I don't think it should be considered a god roll, and I think there's other stuff that are considered god roll that shouldn't be considered god roll, because although this is somewhat expensive to get, I don't think it warrants any feathers, because it's not RNG dependent at all. This is just resource dependent. If you put down minions for long enough, you'll get one of these for free, which is basically what I did. I got this through minions. I've never like went out of my way to mine glowstone on this profile. And I'm sure it could be very fast through minions too. Let me get on the alpha. Oh, I don't have 2FA on alpha. Okay. Monitor capture. So, actually, let me see. I might actually have different attributes around, so I could show you guys more how the system works. Okay. I'll pick a random thing out of here. Magic Find 4, Mana Regen 5, Fervor Legging. So let me take those. And if we get back on the main server, then I go into the same chest. So again, Magic Find 4, Mana Regen 5 leggings, and if I go over to the am I on the alpha now? Yes. Warp Galatea. So if I go over here, I can over here to salvage old attributes. If I put this in the menu, you could see it says Magic Find 4 Mana Regen 5. I will get 4 Magic Find attributes to my hunting box and 6 Mana Regen attributes to my hunting box as well. Which I don't even know how they're coming up with these numbers. Because to make a 4, you need... Actually, I might have a Magic Find One Piece. Let's go take a look. Again, I'm not really reading chat right now. I'll have everyone on to share their thoughts in the future. Oh, okay, this has Magic Find 1, so we could compare it. So, to make Magic Find 4, you need to combine 2 1s to get a 2, 2 2s to get a 3, and then 2 3s to get a 4, which is 8 in total to make a 4. Oh wait, no. Yes, it's 8 Magic Find 1s to make a 4. And then if we go over to Galatea, and I guess I could have done /attribute menu, but if I trade this in, it's giving 1 Magic Find attribute to my hunting box. Which this is already inconsistent. Should this not give 8 times the amount of Magic Find shards as this? Because it would take 8 Magic Find shards to make a Magic Find 4. I feel like it should. Like, they're not properly compensating for the scaling. Yeah. So there's an issue with that as well. I don't remember what I got back for my Magic Find 10 boots. I salvaged a bunch of my... I salvaged basically all my good shit on the alpha. alpha to see like what I'm getting out of it. But it's weird that they're not compensating for the scaling. Because that alone already just says you're getting screwed over, basically. That alone just doesn't sit right with me. Let's see, do I have any... No, I kind of did in my good stuff already, but... Okay, we could even compare this. Mana Regen 3 on a Glowstone Gauntlet compared to Mana Regen 5 on Fervor Leggings. So it would take 4 Mana Regen 3s to make a Mana Regen 5, so you would think that Fervor Leggings is going to give me at least 4 times the amount of a Glowstone Gauntlet, especially for the fact that Mana Regen 3 on a Glowstone Gauntlet is significant. Like, you could make this in like a stack of Glowstone. Like, this is very cheap to make a Glowstone Gauntlet. So then if we do /attribute menu, this gives me 3 Mana Regen shards for Mana Regen 3. And this gives me 6 Mana Regen shards for Mana Regen 5. So I think that's actually a massive issue and a massive oversight on the admin's part, because one, like, first of all, Mana Regen 5 on Fervor Leggings is in itself more valuable than Mana Regen 5 on a Glowstone Gauntlet, because it's, first of all, it's more expensive to get. So there's already an issue with that. Actual crackhead numbers? Yeah, I don't know how they even came up with this. Like, the scaling's already off at the bottom of the barrel, and the Glowstone Gauntlet should give, like, nothing in comparison to this because of how easy it is to get Glowstone Gauntlets. So I think that's very odd of them to refund it this way, because it would be a lot easier for me to get a Mana Regen 3 Glowstone Gauntlet than, or it would be a lot easier to get 2 Mana Regen 3 Glowstone Gauntlets than it would be to get the Fervor Leggings with Mana Regen on them, or any leggings with Mana Regen on them. So the scaling is already off. Like, even to put it in other words, you actually got punished for combining your gauntlets together, if you think about it. If I kept all my Glowstone Gauntlets to make a level 9/9, if I didn't combine any of them and I had like 200 chests like I used to on my island, I would have actually been rewarded for not combining them, because I would have gotten more attribute shards from them, which I think is a major issue. That's not how it should work, in my opinion. It's punishing people who chose to progress in the content. I know, for example, like, and it's different for like every piece of equipment. Like, I know 30 spent a lot of time getting his Vanquish set. He killed a lot of magma cubes, and like, I don't know, I think he leveled it up. I don't know how much he actually did, but leveling up a gas cloak, for example, 2 higher attributes by crafting them together would take a lot longer than making a Glowstone Gauntlet, which is why everyone has a good Glowstone Gauntlet and not everyone has a good gas cloak, because it wasn't really worth my time to make a good gas cloak, because it's just a lot more expensive to make than a Glowstone Gauntlet. So yeah, gas cloak gives feathers. Yeah, I know. But either way, my point bringing that up is I don't think it's right for the amount of, like just the way they're coming up with the numbers of how they're refunding the attributes is just cooked. It's just cooked. It shouldn't be how it is, in my opinion. And also, more specifically, we'll get back on the main server. So for example, my breeze, actually, let's see, I do have more breeze stuff in this chest too to combine in the future. So, working on a Breeze mana pool set takes basically the same amount of effort as working on any other God roll set, because I mean, if I see Breeze or Mana Pool or Magic Find or Mana Regen or any of the attributes I need at level 5, I'm buying the chest. That's just what it came down to. I would buy the chest if it had a level 5 attribute that I needed. That's how I decided what chest I would buy from Kudra. I skipped on a lot of Vitality because I didn't really need any more, but I still have like a good amount. Yeah, so the problem is getting like this chest plate, Magic Find 8, Veteran 7, was I got luckier. Well, actually, these are both like what I considered to be God roll. This is the chest plate I went after. I got the Breeze Mana Pool set. Like this whole set is Breeze Mana Pool. That's what I was going after. And I mean, specifically the helmet, it's 9/8, but they're compensating me just as much as a glowstone gauntlet. When getting a level 10 attribute is probably, chest key alone, it's probably about 100 mil if I had to guess. So this piece alone is worth about 100 mil. Right, it's worth about 100 mil based on the chest price, only if you're buying level 5 attributes out of the chest, right? With, I don't know, do the math. I mean, each key is 2.3 mil, throw in another 200k. Call each key 2.5 mil, and it takes 32 level 5s to make, it's about 80 mil for a level 10. So, I mean, that's 40 mil for the Breeze, and then 20 mil for the Mana Pool 8. And that's only accounting for key cost, essentially. As if it's not more like effort to actually run Kudra and also combine the pieces cost money too, and I mean, whatever. Like, are we really valuing attributes off of key price? Not really, but based on how the refunds are looking, Breeze Mana Pool is not considered a god roll by the admins, so I'm not getting a feather for it, which, again, I just don't like feathers to begin with, but it's just a slap in the face that I'm getting compensated the same amount for a 9/8 helmet as I would be a glowstone gauntlet. That, I mean, I could probably mine one by the end of tonight if I wanted to. I'm sure I could mine a really good one, right? As long as you have the leather to craft the gauntlets, then it should be fine, right? So, yeah, I'm trying to think. I think that just about covers my opinion on how they're handling the refunds. So we are going to get some more guests on to exchange opinions. Here, let me pop a vitamin C. But otherwise, like, I think the rest of the update is good. I like that they're on the new version. Like, I haven't played too much of the new content, but it looks good. I like the new attribute system. The main thing I don't like is the attribute refund. I think they're majorly screwing up. So if anyone disagrees or has any opinions on it, I'm inviting you now to come on the stream. Derailious, we could start with you. I don't know if you if you want to use the knock feature on this on the stream, Derailious, or you could just call me on Discord. Whatever's fine. They have to be live now. They have to be live to use. That's not true. You don't have to be live to use the knock. I'm not live, so oh sure. Hello. Welcome to the I'm a Squid Kid stream. We are exchanging opinions as a community today, and thank you for being the first guest. Oh, also, yeah, also we're keeping it to one guest at a time, because I think that would be the best for keeping it productive, keeping it moving, and hearing different opinions. He's quiet? Okay, wait, talk for a second?
Hello. Yep, I'll talk. Sure.
Okay, okay. I think it's good now.
All right.
Okay, so yeah, I'm sure you're just in the stream listening to my opinions and what I think of the. Oh wait, no, I don't know. Zach is trolling. Okay, Zach is trolling. Yeah, you're listening to what I had to say about the updates, and I don't think you agreed with me completely.
I agree. I agree with
So
some things. I'm not gonna be like, oh, I just disagreed entirely.
yeah.
I think that one thing I did change my mind on after a little bit more thinking. I absolutely think they should be fully refunding people if they want to be refunded for like the Kucher sets. I think that that's totally
Oh,
reasonable. If you invested a lot of time into getting multiple sets, they have two different attributes, or
thank you,
you
Wavy
use two
God,
different
and hello,
attributes on
Stu.
them. You don't want to have both of them anymore. Yeah, you should 100% be refunded for that. I also don't love the feather system. I had the mindset and still kind of have the mindset that like they had to compromise in order to create something. I don't think that this was the best route. I actually think a better solution would be like I don't know, if god rolls or particularly high leveled attributes gave you like an item that could this could also have dropped from Kudra that allowed you to overclock a specific attribute to like a tier 11 because all of them currently go to tier 10. They're maxed out at that point. They could allocate an item that could increase the amount of tier 11 equivalent attributes it could have, and then, that could be a rare dropper item or whatever. I thought that
So,
that might be
so
better than the current system.
you're saying that the at least refund portion of God rolls should be compensated by an equivalent RNG drop from Kudra.
Yeah,
Is
pretty
based.
much. And it would also allow
Honestly,
you
I
to
would.
convert your current stuff into that tier 11, you would get a higher than normal stat of a specific type.
I'm not gonna necessarily agree with the tier 11 thing, but I would agree with the part where it's like an equivalent drop from Kudra. Like it would take the
Yeah,
same amount of effort to get. I think
yeah, for
that's
sure.
at least a good thing to consider. I'm not saying they should do that. Like it's
Mhm.
possible other solutions get brought up, but yeah. So
Yeah.
you would agree that the feather system
I think
is
it's not perfect. I don't think I'm as anti the system as you are. I don't think, for example, it'll crash the economy or have any significant effect on the Skyblock economy. The Skyblock economy has been through so much worse in the past in terms of major dupes, in terms of other situations arising. I think what'll happen in this case, if it proceeds as normal, is that for a short period of time you may see like some drop of certain prices of RNG meter items, but there will also be a larger than usual amount of people coming back to the game. There will be increased demand overall as people play more. And as that happens, the prices will, just match each other after a while, and it won't be too significantly different. I also don't think that, like, frankly, I think some prices in the game at the moment are a little too high, and they're already starting to alleviate that with some of the new attributes. I don't know if you saw some of the new ones. One of them is like you get 10% more progress on your RNG meters. One of them gives you just better than usual dungeon loot by a significant margin. I think it makes handles in M7 like a 1 in 499 drop, which is about 2%. So there's a few things that are going on there. Not 2%, sorry, that's 0.2%. My bad, I just messed up that number. But yeah, that's basically what they're doing in terms of the attributes there. So things will become more common either way.
yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't even say my main problem with the feathers is necessarily the amount that they're like refunding. Not the amount of feathers,
Hmm.
but the amount
Yeah.
of like meter it fills up. I think it's like
Yeah.
I don't know
I think
how
that
they
needs
chose,
tweaking for
but
sure.
I think that definitely needs tweaking.
Yeah.
Um, what do you think about feathers like still being in the drop pool? Like,
I
rather than being like a closed resource that has a finite
yeah.
supply.
I think that right now they're kind of using it as a backstop because if they didn't include it, people would flip out about Kudra. If it had nothing remaining loot wise that people felt like was special, people wouldn't be happy at all because one of the big things they said is that even after the update, they'll be able to continue to play Kudra for profit. I don't think that that should be something that really should crazy matter in my view. I
I
think that
agree.
Kudra will. I think that Kudra will always have some use because people are going to want the armor sets. And I think the Kudra armor should be buffed, obviously, with them getting rid of a lot of I think mana specifically is one thing. I think they should be given just a few more stats here or there. But Kucher will always have use. I think that them trying to add it there because they feel like no one will want to play it otherwise is a little ridiculous. I think that it should be a closed resource. I think it should only come from this, and that's that.
Yeah, do you think that it should be like gated off future content so you won't be able to use it on like future Slayer meters that come out or any other meters?
Yeah, I think that that's more than reasonable. I would honestly just put a cutoff date and be like, hey, we're releasing the update in 3 months. All of them will be no longer used. So log on, get them, use them. That's it. Like, and if you're taking that much of a break from Skyblock, if you're that, clocked out, I don't think it really should matter to someone like you. If you show back up in 2 or 3 years and you didn't see the 50 billion notifications about it, that's kind of on you, in my view, anyway.
I would disagree with that.
They did the same thing with Minecraft accounts as a whole when they did the you had to switch to Mojang or a Microsoft account or whatever.
Yeah, but that was over like 5 years though. Like that was actually like forever. And even then, I don't even think I really agree with that, to be honest. Like just like when I return to Minecraft game you played as a kid and then your account's just gone and you gotta buy it again, like I don't really like that. I think it should actually be illegal for companies to do that.
I don't disagree with you when it comes to company. I think that gets into a separate argument, but I think that for this specifically, one of the things they need to do, they need to make them unstackable and they need to give them separated UUIDs so that they can't be duped. That'll be
I wouldn't be
nightmare.
opposed to that.
I think they need to do that, just period. I think that if it's going to exist, they can't be stackable. They have to be, instead of them being feathers, they have to have specific traceable UUIDs so that you could actually manage that better.
Yeah, that's fair. I would agree. What do you think on the actual number of attributes they're refunding? So I talked about the glowstone gauntlet compared to an armor piece comparison. So what are your thoughts on that?
So the actual number, I don't think you. This is something I don't think you actually got when it comes to the way you're getting the numbers. So the different rarities of attributes in the new system, they require different amounts of the attribute to max out. So a common attribute requires 85 shards to max, a legendary requires 24. So that's why the numbers may have seemed a little bit skewed. It's because you're getting proportional amounts depending on the rarity of the attribute. You're not getting different amounts for armor and equipment, I think. And that's just because in the current system, there is no difference in the amount of stacks you get from armor and equipment. And if they gave people less for equipment, people would be flipping out about that too. And they would say, where is my, X, Y, and Z number of shards? Why is this not 1-to-1? So they just try to make it as close to 1-to-1 as possible into the new system. But that's why some of the numbers may appear weird.
Well, what I was talking about wasn't more necessarily tied to rarity. It was tied to the tier of the attribute.
Yeah.
So for example, the glowstone gauntlet, mana regen 3 glowstone gauntlet gives 3, and then mana regen 5 leggings were giving 6, which is twice the amount of 3 when they actually take, to get a 5 compared to a 3, it would take 4 3s to make a 5. So if it was scaling correctly, it would take it would return you 12 shards compared to the 3 giving you 3 shards, but it was only giving 6 shards, which is half the amount. So that's an issue with that's an issue because anyone who combined their glowstone gauntlets essentially got punished for combining them.
So the way that that's operating is because the scaling of the way attributes actually operates is that as you keep progressing through the 10 tiers, it requires more and more shards to get to the next level. So they're trying to get that as close to 1-to-1 as possible. So it doesn't take 1 shard or 2.4 shards if it's a legendary, because it's 24 total, is a level. They can't do that. So it's 1 and then another 1 and then 2 and then 2 and then 3 and so on and so forth. So you're getting numbers that may appear low, but when you transfer it into the new system, you'll see that it's still 1-to-1. And it is accurate. It's just that it doesn't work like the current system where each new level is 2 times as much as the one before it.
I just disagree with how that works though, because it shouldn't be tied to what the new cap is going to be. It should be tied to how you got the attributes before. So Zach just
By
said
that
in chat,
logic, like a tier 10 shard would give you like 128 equivalent or
Yeah.
more. That's ridiculous. That you could sell some, though the price of all of the attributes would be 0 upon release of the update if you did that, Squid. You'd be able to sell them all for pennies on the dollar. You only need 24 to max out a legendary. Like if they did that with veteran, for example, and everyone got 128 shards for every veteran 10 item that was put in the system, the average person who has even a couple sets of like veteran 10 gear would have like 500 shards. They could sell hundreds of them at a time, and they wouldn't make any money off of it because the item would be worthless because everyone would be doing that. They wanted to make it so that you would get the equivalent of a tier 10 item in the new system. That's why you're not getting as many. Or 512. Yeah, it would be 512 shards, not 128.
I just disagree with that because they're not like properly compensating you. So again, my issue with that's not proper compensation. Because, for example, if you had like however many like glowstone gauntlets it would take to make a level 10 and you didn't combine them up to level 10, which it costs money to combine all those to level 10. Combining attributes costs money. If you just left them crafted and left them in a chest, you would be rewarded more than if you actually spent the coins and time crafting them together, which I don't disagree with at all.
If you craft them together, you would get the equivalent level. So if you crafted them to mana regen 8, for example, you would get the equivalent of level 8 on your attribute in the new system. You wouldn't get the amount of shards.
That's the issue, is what I'm saying though. So like
I'm saying that in response to that, like the best thing I can say is that would not be feasible under the way the new system works. You're taking a system that's currently exponential and they're making it linear. And they needed to do that because otherwise the amount of grind required to fill out your attribute menu would be completely and totally ridiculous.
Do you agree though that that's not equal or close to fair compensation though?
It is exactly fair compensation. Even though they're lowering the stat levels, which I think for some items or some things may be a problem. I think maybe I don't know, vitality got hit a little hard. I think mana pool obviously got hit hard.
How is that fair compensation though if they're punishing you for combining your gauntlets?
They're not punishing you. They're giving you exactly 1-to-1 of the level. It's once again a system of compromise. You can't do it the other way. It's not a good
compromise though, because again, you actually are getting punished because you get less of a refund if you spent the time and coins to combine the gauntlets. You get far less of a refund.
You get the amount for the level. If you did what you're asking for, I understand what you're saying, Squid. I understand what the alternative would be, is that you would get a lot more shards and it would be matched directly to the exponential of the current system. If they did that, your shards, you'd cap out every single attribute instantly, and you'd have hundreds, if not thousands, left over. And those would not be worth anything, because you could all sell them to the bazaar or to the auction house or wherever they're going to end up putting them, and it would be worth pennies on the dollar. You still wouldn't have made anything out of it. There still wouldn't be any profit for you to make. You still wouldn't be able to get that fair compensation that you're seeking, because there isn't 80 tiers or 90 tiers of every single attribute. There's only 10. They're taking a system that's exponential, they're making it linear. There's going to be some amount of loss there. Like, that's just how the system operates. What you're asking for
I think it's a bad system, though. If like they can't properly the main issue is they're not refunding fairly and proportionally to how they said they would. That's the main issue.
They said they would refund you fairly in terms of like giving you the attributes in the new system and making sure that you had them.
Well, the idea of the refund is to not punish people for participating in the new content, which this is directly punishing people for participating in the new content.
But there's no higher level to reach. If they gave the hundreds of shards that you're discussing, what are the players actively gaining out of it? Because it's not going to be money. Because in those situations, there will be tens of thousands of shards on the auction house. You only need 24 to max out your set or your stat. So what will those be sold for? Like 0.1 coin each? there will be no way to make extra money for the players in the system other than directly refunding people coins.
Without even worrying about the effects it would have on the future system, can we agree that it's not a proportionate or fair in terms
I completely disagree with you. It is fair. It is fundamentally fair. They made it so that you're getting, if you have a level 9 item, you're getting level 9 in the new system. If you have level 7, you get level 7. I understand. It may not feel fair because you may have put proportionally more effort into getting it to level 9, and that's just not how the new system operates. It's not an exponential
Isn't
one.
that in itself unfair if you put in more effort to get level 9?
No, because systems change over time, and they need to be able to have the leeway to actually change
the
those
system
systems.
is changing, but that
Yes.
is unfair.
No. I mean, it's just different. I mean, it's just fundamentally
it's not
a
proportionate.
different system.
Like, again, why it's unfair is it, like, okay, to put it easier
What
terms.
you're asking for.
Here, to put it
I don't
easier
need
terms, it would be like if I crafted 24 Veteran 1 glowstone gauntlets and put them in a chest, I would actually be maxing that out compared to if I had a 10-10 glowstone gauntlet. Or like,
if you had a 10-10 gauntlet, you'd still be maxing it out.
Well, either way, the what is it, 512 or 256 glowstone gauntlets
you'd get
of level
200,
1?
Yeah, sure. That would also max it out.
So you would be able to max it out in a tenth of the cost. Then it would be a tenth of the cost to max it out previously.
I mean, yeah, I don't disagree with you that in that regard, like, if you're someone like let's just say you wanted to max out the system just as fast as possible. What I do right now is I just fill dubs of chests with rampart armor and swords of bad health or whatever other cheap weapon, tons of fishing gear, whatever, and I'd get all the attributes I wanted to maxed. But if you have one tier 10 attribute in the new or in the old system, you get that instantly. You have to skip that step entirely, and everything you get past that point is just extra attributes for you. There's no difference between me and you. Like, in terms of the amount of effort or the amount that we're getting out of the system. There's no tier 80, so we're both maxing it out. You can't go above that.
Well,
and
you could trade them for other attributes.
And how? But a lot of the new attributes, when it comes to fusion, you need other things in order to make them work. Like, you need to get things like chameleon, for example. You can't just freely trade every single attribute into every other attribute. You need
but you could still use them for other stuff.
Sure, but you could also just sell them on the auction house and buy other attributes if you wanted to. My point is, if you sold, you also can't get every single type from one specific attribute. By the way, you can only get 3.
Either way, I'm just saying that because it's more useful than the max. Is why I brought that up. It's more useful than maxing its individual attributes.
Yeah, but you're still going to get quite a few extra attributes anyway if you have multiple pieces of armor and multiple pieces of gear at like tier 10, for example. If every piece is going to give you 24 and you have a full set of armor, a full set of equipment, you're getting still like over 150 of the attributes. That's enough to max out 2 or 3 others, as you're saying, within that like fusion system. Like, you're still getting extra outcome when it comes to that. The only thing that wouldn't be worthwhile, though, is if that number, instead of being 200, was 500 per item. The only difference that would lead to is that the price of them on the auction house, the attributes, would be 0. And then it would have basically 0 incentive to be traded around, or they'd just be given out for free, and then everyone would have the system maxed instantly, which I feel like would feel even more unfair. Like, that would be even worse in my view, because then everyone would be maxed instantaneously, and then you and other people would likely complain and say, hey, we spent tons of time maxing this out before the update. Why is everyone else now at level 10 of every single stat? You know, that wouldn't feel fair.
I would not complain if everyone got refunded proportionally the same way I did. I do think they should change how they're doing the refunds. Like, for example, a part of the argument from before is the valuing of a glowstone gauntlet compared to a like Aurora chestplate is valued at the same essentially if it's not considered god roll. I think, like, in my opinion, they should have went item by item to determine what kind of refund they're doing, because item to item it is. I mean, they already did that for god roll.
I understand. what you
They
mean
should
by
have
the
done that
goggles.
because it's significantly easier to get attributes on certain items than on other pieces. That's why they should have done that.
But the stats on every single item when it comes to the way attributes operate, and this was a problem with the attribute system. You
Yeah.
even mentioned it in the beginning, is that it was fundamentally the same. It didn't matter. So why would they not refund somebody the base amount to get to tier 3 in the new system of an item just because it was easier to get? Then people would complain and they say, I have this item that's not as useful. Why am I getting shafted? Why am I not getting the proper amount?
Well, they would be
And-
shafted because if the item's easier to get, they shouldn't be compensated like it's a piece of equipment.
Well, they're getting
like if-
compensated the level. They're not getting compensated the rarity of the gear. They're getting compensated
I
the
think we
exact
just
level of the
disagree
attribute.
on that, and I don't think
Yeah.
that's how the system should work, because it is not proportionate to the amount of effort it took to get before the updates.
I mean, sure.
And
but
again,
there-
it punished
there's no-
it punished people for participating in that content.
I don't know how that would be punishing because you're still getting either if you have a maxed out piece of gear, you're still getting the maxed out like amount. There's no level
Because
beyond that.
you're getting rewarded the same amount as someone who didn't participate in the content as much. That's why that's
So
punishing
that goes
them.
into what I was saying earlier, Squid. If you got 500 shards and people put them on the auction house, then everyone would be maxed out, and then you would feel like you got punished because they maxed out the system. Like that's why they can't give people more. It's because these are tradable attributes. Like, and they can't just make all of them soulbound either, because then people would complain about that. So you have to have a.
Well,
a middle
I'm
ground
just
somewhere.
explaining why it's unfair and why it's punishing their
The
playtime,
reason why
regardless
I'm-
of the
I'm
effect it would
harping
have on the
this
economy
point,
in the
Squid,
future.
is because based on the logic that you just said that you ascribed to, there's no situation in which you would consider this fair. You just said
I
that
don't
one of your
necessarily agree with
You
you
just
that
said
I would.
that verbatim.
I don't necessarily agree that I would complain if they refunded
You-
everyone 512
Can I just like walk you
attributes.
through what you were just saying?
Sure.
You said before that if it currently feels unfair because somebody who didn't do the content and somebody who did do the content get relatively the same amount in terms of the system, right? Like if I have a bunch of tier 1s and you have a tier 9 and we transfer into the new system, we're both ending up with level 9, you feel that's unfair. If,
Yes.
for example, they gave you 256 attribute shards and they gave everybody else who had level 9 256 attribute shards, what do you think happens day 1 to the economy when it comes to how it works for non-Iron Man players?
I don't
'Cause
care
obviously
what
Iron Man's a
happens
little
to the
different.
economy.
But you just said that you care about the fact that it feels unfair because other people are going to
It
be at the
doesn't
same
feel
level as you.
unfair. It is unfair.
And it'll be just as unfair when those same attributes flood the market in the future.
If someone had
given your
512 glowstone gauntlets in a chest with veteran on it, and they got refunded the same amount as me with a level 10 veteran glowstone gauntlet, I would not complain about that at all.
Okay, I think that doesn't like that still doesn't change the fundamentals of what I'm talking about. I guess like it'll be unfair either way.
I would say that's fair. Like, why would I complain about that system? I think that is fair.
I mean, you could theoretically do something else entirely. If you wanted to refund people with like coins or whatever, I know they probably don't want to do that because that just would add directly to inflation. You could make up the difference with that, but I don't see a world in which
Like,
they're
I'm
going
not
to
even
give you
saying that
more overflow shards.
writing off the coins it takes to combine the glowstone gauntlets, that's not even the issue. Like, I don't care about the coins. I'm just saying it would be unfair for someone with a level 10 glowstone gauntlet to be refunded the same amount as someone with 32 level 1s, because it takes far more than that.
I mean, like in terms of sheer numbers, sure.
Well, like,
whatever. In
I
terms of
think
sheer
where
numbers,
we
sure.
see differently is you're comparing it to the future system, but I don't think comparing it to the future system is reasonable because this gear wasn't grinded on the future system.
No, but it is relevant to the future system because it's being converted into the newer system. You have to take
yeah,
that into
but that
account.
doesn't make it a fair compensation for the amount of time. That's the difference.
I mean, it does because there's nothing
No,
else
it
to
doesn't.
grind. Like if you get to level 10, either way, it's the exact same. I mean, I don't mind if they wanted to compensate people in terms of like the extra coin costs or give people money back, whatever. But you're not going to get above level 10 in the new system. Like that's
Well,
just it.
at
There's a
least you
cap.
would have the shards to trade elsewhere. Like, I don't understand how you're saying it's fair that someone that kept 32 tier 1 glowstone gauntlets is getting rewarded the same as someone who made a tier 10. Like, that in
Like,
itself is extremely unfair, and I think it's very flawed.
I don't think based on the system there is any alternative that would exist in which it would work. Like I understand what you're saying. I like agree that
do you
fundamentally
agree it's
that would
unfair?
feel unfair to people.
No,
No, I
not
don't think it is
feel.
unfair. I'd say it feels unfair. I very much want to separate.
So
the two.
so how is it not unfair though? Someone getting rewarded, someone who played, who participated in the content, and you're getting refunded an eighth of what it costed. So if someone took the time and made an eighth of the amount of glowstone gauntlets I did, they're getting refunded the same amount as me, which that in itself is unfair in my opinion. Like I don't see how you could disagree.
What I'm saying, I guess, is that like what people are looking for, I think, is and ThirtyVirus said this in chat, and I think it is a good point, and other people are saying it as well, is that they're looking for a compensation to their time. You want the time compensation. You spent more time than me.
Not even just the time, the amount of resources it takes
Sure, whatever.
to get
Time,
it
resources,
should be
whatever.
compensated
You want
fairly.
that to be specially compensated, but because the system is condensed, you cannot do that. It is impossible. Like there is no possible way to do that.
Why
And
why
that's
not?
just how it is. Because it goes from a system in which there's 80 tiers and it's exponential to a system where there's 10 and it's linear. Like that's impossible, Squid. Like physically impossible. You cannot do that without some amount of loss.
Either way, that doesn't change the fact that it's objectively unfair. The refund is objectively unfair.
Sure. You know what? I'll concede that. Sure, it is objectively unfair. But I will also add, it's objectively unfair. But there's also no way that you can do this new system without it being objectively unfair in that regard. Like it's impossible physically. Like there would be no possible.
I mean,
way
I'm sure they could think of something, but
no, they
I
could
don't know
not
about
because
impossible.
it goes from 80 and it is objectively impossible. You cannot take linear or exponential numbers and then make them linear, bring them down, and then not have some amount of loss. Like that is the way that it
they
would
could
operate.
think of something better than this, is what I'm saying.
I don't think that they reasonably can, given the amount of effort and resources it would take.
I think
to
they
think of
should
an
try.
alternative solution.
I think they should try because I just disagree with this solution. But I think that's, yeah. I think we know what we disagree with now, at least with each other. And if you're okay with that, we are going to have the next guest on. Unless you have anything else to say.
No, I don't have anything else to say. I just disagree. I just think that that's just how the system needs to work in order to work, and that's how it's got to go. But I appreciate you having me on.
Yes, I appreciate you coming on. Thank you. All right, Derailious guys. Guys, we're gonna get ThirtyVirus on if he's around for it. ThirtyVirus, if you would like to come on, if you want, knock on the Twitch stream or call me on Discord or whatever. Me next, guys. We're getting ThirtyVirus on next. We're getting ThirtyVirus on next. Okay, if someone's being, guys, don't say shit like that, please. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I apologize for that message, Derailious. I don't agree with it, guys. No hate, please. Oh, 30 is calling me. Yeah, be good, everyone. Hello, ThirtyVirus. Welcome to the community stage.
What is up? Yeah, I was just sitting here listening to that, and I see both perspectives. I do. The thing is that, like, I get where Derailious is coming from, where it's like, we can't just flood the market, kill the new system before it even starts. Also, yeah, is my volume chill?
Oh.
Are you chilling?
Chat is... Oh, turn him up? Okay. Okay, I
can also move the mic closer.
No. I think we're good. I think we're good.
But I more so agree with your stance, right? It's like if someone were to grind out a 10-10 glowstone gauntlet, they shouldn't be compensated at like just a little bit more than a 9.9. It should be double because it took twice as long, right? Like people want their time refunded, and I don't think you can do that with attribute shards alone. I don't think that's reasonable.
Yeah, I'm not even saying that their solution should have necessarily been just like more attribute shards, but give us something. Like, give us something.
I think we need to break the problem down, right? It's like, how long would it take, for example, to go from nothing to maxed out vitality shard? Like, how many hours would that take? Is what I want to know.
Like,
and it probably varies per
in
shard.
The update?
In the new
Is that what you mean?
In the new system, yeah. Like that. My entire opinion hinges on
nice
like
chat,
if it takes 20 hours or 200 hours.
Yeah,
because then it's like.
How much time did you spend on your equipment set that I'm looking at?
I think I put it in the YouTube title. One of my videos. It was like 300 hours.
This was like an insane amount of time. Like.
Oh, are you looking at it on screen? Yeah.
So
that equipment took forever to make, and alongside it, I didn't throw out the alternative shards that I was getting, or the alternative attributes. So like, not only do I have the Vanquish set, that's like 9.9 with the Magma Necklace, whatever, but I also have a Mana Pool Mana Regen one. I also have a Dominant Speed one, which like the speed attributes I use for like Snail, but like those I don't. Oh yeah, it's 500 hours. Like, I put a ridiculous amount of time into these, and I don't think there's any universe where I'm getting that value back.
Yeah, that's
like,
why I was
valued
saying...
it at like 10 mil an hour in coins, that's still like 5 bill.
That's why I was saying that they need to go item by item to properly compensate it, because, I mean, just for example, generally on Iron Man, you will have like 4 10-10 sets before you finish your Magic Find Vet equipment, because getting the equipment just takes longer, because first of all, there's not like 5 different pieces of necklace you could combine. It's only the one necklace that has Magic Find on it, and you could also use shards. So generally, I think on Iron Man, you will max out 4 10-10 sets before you max out an equipment set, which in my opinion, if you have high level like equipment, you should be compensated to account for that. Not like all equipment, but like specifically the Kudra equipment. Like, that stuff is way harder to level up than.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Than like a glowstone gauntlet or like an armor piece or anything. It's like the hardest like equipment to finish off in the whole game.
I agree with your stance of like doing it piece by piece, because like the difficulty of a magma necklace is very different from the difficulty of a gas cloak, which is very different from an aurora piece. And what piece specifically? If it's a helmet, then that's kind of weird, because a lot of people, well, maybe not with the case of aurora, but like crimson helmet, like people don't usually do that. So like that's slightly different. So like.
Yeah, like even like another example would be like when I was doing all my like lava fishing grind on this profile, I was actually saving all of the Magic Find like slug boots, like that whole set. I was saving the pieces from it. So now I'm gonna be getting a lot of like Blazing Fortune refunds after the update, because I saved a lot of these pieces. And same with like fishing experience and like the rest of that stuff. I'm gonna be getting a refund for the attributes on these pieces. When like for you, did you save these pieces, or did you just like salvage them or throw them out or whatever?
All the extras that I crafted that weren't what I wanted, I still took mana pool, mana regen. I still took dominant speed.
Well, not even for that, but for the like for the lava fishing set, like, you know what I'm talking about, the Taurus helmet, flaming chestplate. Oh yeah,
I just salvaged everything I got. Luckily, I anticipated this. There was no universe where I thought, oh yeah, we're definitely getting fairly compensated. Like, there's a reason that I've ignored Kudra up until now. Like, I knew this was gonna happen. So,
not
like,
even that
anything that's attribute related other than that equipment, I've basically ignored. Like, my Hellfire Rod is like 7.6. Like.
Yeah, but the reason why I brought those pieces up specifically is because I have Blazing Fortune 7 Magic Find 7 Slug Boots, And that's
Yeah.
gonna be the same compensation someone gets for if they had Blazing Fortune 7 on Magma Lord boots, which would
Which is
be
brutal.
way harder to get because you could basically only do that with shards or if you're combining pieces. So I just think
And on
that
Iron Man, that's laughable because you need so many Magma
Yeah.
Lord fragments to even attempt that. Like an ungodly amount of Jarvis kills, like tens of
Yeah.
thousands.
And-
like,
Yeah, and like I think that is very weird. Like even Derailious mentioned how like if you want, you could go around killing the ramparts mobs and you get the sword of the volcano and whatever else they drop. So the sword drops all the weapon attributes and then the armor pieces drop the armor attributes. So you could have like all the attributes that existed in the game right now if you just went and grinded out like a bunch of chests of Rampart's armor, which is like realistically doable. You could do that before the update, before it went
Yeah.
live. Like I don't know how
So-
they're dealing with craft items crafted after alpha's release. Like for example, some things I actually heavily disagree on with is how they're handling god rolls for fishing rods, for example. So fishing rods are an item where like a third of the possible rods you could craft are like getting the god roll feathers refunded to it. And fishing rods are different than like a Kudra piece, for example, because you could get any roll you want on a fishing rod very, very, very easily. Like if you want the roll, you're gonna get that roll because there's only like so many possible rolls. So it's not really a question of RNG. It's just like how many resources you could spend, and then if you upgrade it to a higher tier, then you get a feather. I don't know how many if they've like tweaked them out, but I think when I logged on a few days ago, you were getting like 2 feathers for Inferno rods and 8 feathers for.
I don't think there's any universe that can manually get all these values to where they're supposed to be. Like this might be a based take. I think the answer's already there, and it's in the form of auction house prices. Like we've already figured this out as a community, right? Like if they looked in the logs of every transaction ever, like programmatically, I'm not saying manually. Like they set up some script that's like, okay, how much is a magic find attribute level, a single level, like the equivalent of a level 1 shard? How much would that be worth on a piece of crimson? And then just take every piece of crimson ever sold on the auction house, and then go, okay, this one had
maybe
magic
not
find 9.
recently sold, but like the more up to date prices would be like the last like X
the
amount
last
of months
like
for,
few
like,
months, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So like as a community, we've already figured out the value of every attribute on every piece, every combination. You could probably figure out how much a god roll is worth by subtracting the value of the level of the attributes themselves. Like I do think there is a way programmatically to get like a coin value and then work backwards from that and then convert coins into feathers, which by the way I think should be soulbound, might be based.
That is probably the best solution I've heard, if I'm gonna be honest. Like
yeah,
that way it wouldn't be like something the admins are coming up with. Like you said, it already exists on the auction
and you can
house
make a
history.
script
Like,
that'll do it automatically.
that is actually a really good idea in my opinion. Like I don't see the issue with that. Like if they do that for like you said, every attribute across every item, then that's actually like a really good idea. Like I don't see any reason why they shouldn't do that.
It would be a bit of work, maybe a couple days of coding, but in order to prevent like massive backlash, like I'm gonna be very disappointed if my 500 hours aren't at least compensated back to me as like 300 hours worth of stuff. And if that amount of stuff doesn't exist in the new system, make it exist. Make a system that is that involved. Or maybe another hot take, there's other parts of the game that are needlessly long that maybe we can get credits for. I don't know what, but
like skipping like garden visitors, for example.
I was
or,
about
like,
to say something like that. I think raw coins, people say that it's not going to happen, but like as a one-time refund, I don't think that's going to have any real impact versus 20 alt accounts on one PC farming sugarcane or netherwort
I think
24/7. Like
a coin
these
refund
are-
directly would have. I don't know about a coin
at
refund,
least in
but
part. I'm not saying entirely, but like in
Yeah.
part, like I don't
Fire,
disagree
thank you for
with
the
the
raid, man,
idea
I
of a
appreciate
coin
it.
refund. And if it can't be coins, make it something worth coins. Maybe something exclusive. I don't know. But I just don't like the idea of like spending, in my case, 500 hours to get attributes on what's going to be a legacy item essentially, even if the item still exists. You know what I mean?
yeah,
And then just
yeah.
like getting refunded like 40 hours worth of progress. Like that's not a solution in my opinion.
Yeah,
at
like
all.
for example, all your equipment, like
Yeah,
you would
bits
get this.
isn't a bad idea.
You would get the same refund as someone who had like a double chest of glowstone gauntlets. Like for
Yeah.
all your work, you get like about a few double chests of unsorted glowstone gauntlets, which I disagree with. Like that.
I would
that's
say
very
if we're
unfair.
gonna do refunds
Oh.
of shards, I would say 1010 could represent 512 shards each in the old system, right? And then you go to the new system, how many shards are
My bad.
needed to max it out? I don't know. I haven't done that much research on the specifics. And then scale it appropriately all the way down to the first level, which means that you're only going to be
Thank you,
able to
Mesky, for the
redeem
prime. Appreciate it.
a fraction of a shard. And the way you could fix that is have a balance that you could then redeem once you're done with refunding everything. But in addition to that, because a lot of value's lost, you need to compensate people with something else in addition to the shards, whether it be coins, whether it be feathers, which maybe the feathers could be the solution here, because if there was a coin value given to a feather, then let's say, I don't know, I spent 500 hours getting my equipment. That translates, let's say, to 10 mil an hour. That's 5 bill, which is insanity.
Yeah, I
Is it
wouldn't
a
even
5
like
bill or
think they
500
should
mil? I don't-
value it based off of purely
And then
time to get it. Like for your equipment, you would probably be getting rinsed.
yeah,
Like, depending on
what
how
I
they
said before
compensate
with
it.
the
Like
auction house value is probably the best way to do it. But the question is,
Yeah.
how are we giving that value back, though? Like, we can calculate the value that's been lost, but how do you refund that without either killing the economy or pissing people off?
Yeah, I think they should change how they give out feathers. Like, for example, my Breeze Mana Pool set, I'm not getting any feathers for that, which basically means I'm getting no compensation for that. Is basically what that means. I'm getting a few of the shards or whatever, which I'm apparently aren't that useful having a lot of extra of, or I don't know. I'm getting a lot of the attribute shards in the update, but I'm not getting like okay, that's the
here's an
same
idea.
amount someone's getting as someone with 2 double chests of glowstone gauntlets unsorted. Like, yeah.
Here's another based opinion. You know how we have like Shen's Regalia room where you could just buy expensive items? What if there was like a refund room and there was like a currency that was like time refunded credits and it could just give you random things? Like, for example, instantly level up a Crown of Avaris to a bill, scavenger coins, and it would cost a bill in lost compensated coins. And it'd be like random things like that that would cost that currency. Or like some, like if we're refunding time, right? That's a task that'll take a lot of time. But if you've already put in that time in an old legacy system, I don't see a problem with skipping another grind using that invested time, if that makes sense.
Let me think about that.
It would not ruin future grinds, though, because it's a one-time change. Like, this isn't something that you could grind for, like these credits. It's only given to you if you got screwed by a change. And I think, by the way, if we're talking about Garden, we should probably give out a ton of those for Garden, because there's no universe where like composter upgrades make sense to do unless you make I'm going down a rabbit hole. But
No,
but
I
you know
agree.
what
The
I mean.
composter is one of the most stupid things in the whole game. Like, oh my
Yeah.
god, don't even get me started on that. It's like so ridiculous.
We need to find ways to refund players' time, and the only way to do that is to reduce the time to do other grinds,
Let me think if
or
I
to
agree
add
on
more
that.
time, or to add enough progress in the update that could then be given back to award that equivalent time, or at least a fraction of that equivalent time.
I agree to an extent, but I don't know how I feel about them like using it to skip other parts of content that you don't want to do. Honestly, I would have to think about that more.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I'm just spitballing. Like, this is just
Yeah.
off top. Like, I haven't really, I think I cooked the most with the AH value, though.
Yeah,
And then converting that to some unit to proportionately.
100% agree. I think that would be the most fair solution they could come up with, is finding an actual value for all the pieces that you had, and then exchanging that for something that could be a comparable value in the future. Like,
Yeah.
but the current way they're doing stuff, where they're like picking out what's a god roll, and like it doesn't necessarily reflect on the price of what it actually would have taken time-wise or coin-wise to get the same attribute.
Like, the
I
community
think,
already as a whole figured it out with capitalism. Like, it automatically generated a appropriate value for every last combination of every attribute on every piece of armor. Like, it's so obvious to me.
yeah.
But but how do you convert that to a refund? That's the question.
See, the thing is, they should have been thinking about this. They had 4 years to think about it. That when did they tell us of, like,
To be fair, it's
when
more like
they were
2.5, I think.
Is that
were
when they
probably
said they were giving
considering
us the refund or whatever? Like, when was
think
it? Yeah.
That's a guess. Is about 2.5 years ago is when they figured, attributes are not ideal.
Like, I will say I'm quite disappointed that this is the solution that they even presented, because I just think it's, like, not a good one.
I mean,
don't
I'm gonna
know
be real. I mean,
what kind of feedback they went
composter
through on
level
closed alphas, but
you have composter level. You have 1 billion coins from scavenger with the Crown of Avaris. You have 1 billion gold for Greg. Like, the thing is,
Yeah,
the
I see what you're
admins are not
saying.
playing their own game. They're not. Like, these things are just thrown out there. They don't even know the metas in their own game. They killed gold mining with Bal, which I still disagree with. Like, I don't know. I don't know how much they know. That's the problem.
Do
I don't
you
trust them.
agree
I trust
that this
myself
is
over
not?
the admins.
Do you
with
agree
that.
this is a bad refund system that exists right now? Would you agree with that?
Oh, absolutely. I think the whole feather thing is, like, it's just inherently flawed. There's no way you're gonna, like, there's no way everyone's gonna be happy unless it's some systematic, like, algorithm that's based off of what it's already worth now, or like what it was before the announcement.
Yeah, I think even then people will be upset by that. Like, for example, you're gonna get shafted on your equipment.
I'm gonna get wrecked.
Yeah, because the value of that equipment, it's way easier to get if.
And I'm gonna get, like, what, 4 feathers for the gas cloak?
Yeah,
and that's it.
I have one of those gas cloaks, like 1-1, because it was the first one I ever made, and then I upgraded it. I was like, oh, I should have done the attributes first. So I just have it, like, sitting in a chest. Actually, I don't know where it is, but I have one somewhere. It's a mana pool 1, mana regen 1 gas cloak that I made, and I'm gonna be getting the same refund as you, as you've grinded a ton.
Like,
to get that.
I'm not getting those 500 hours back, no matter what they do, I don't think, and that's depressing.
like with your proposed system, that would happen, but I mean, unfortunately, there's not that many people who went out of their way to grind the equipment set like you did, so I don't know if you're willing to take the fall for the rest of us, but...
Well, the problem is, I mean, there's still people that are going to be pissed off no matter what. Like, I'm sure that, like, 10 Aurora pieces are not going to be properly compensated either. Like, I don't know that, but I can assume that.
Either way, we agree that the current system should not get pushed to main, and they need to think more
No,
about it.
absolutely not.
Okay, we're on the same page with that.
Yeah.
All right. Do you have anything else to say that you would like to talk about before I?
There is
pull another
one
guest
other.
in? Sure.
There is one other concern balancing wise. What the hell's gonna happen to Blaze Slayer? Like, don't we get like 100 to 200 vitality from our attributes, and they're gonna max it out at 20? Like,
there's a lot of balance shift in the game. Like, for example, we're gonna have 70 less veteran levels. We're going to have a lot less vitality. We're gonna have like a bunch
really
of
bad.
stuff. Which, I mean, if that's what they want the new rates to be, like for
and
Slayer,
I see
you're just
people
gonna have
in
lower rates. But sure,
I see
guess,
people in
but...
chat with like other stats going up. Like, look, getting like 10% chance not to consume bait is not equivalent to 10 vitality. Sorry, it's not. Like, I don't care. I want my vitality back, or some other stat, like maybe buff Crimson Armor to have vitality by default, and then make it scale with levels, since we're giving essence with Kudra now. Like, or more essence, I should say.
Yeah, I don't know what they should do about that, but they probably should do something about the missing stats. Vitality specifically is a pretty important stat, at least like earlier game in a lot of the Slayers people do. Well, veteran is important, but not in the same way, because vitality.
Not in the same way, I agree.
Vitality will change the progression of like what items you actually need. And veteran will just change the rates of what you're doing, right?
Yeah.
Alrighty. Well, anything else to say?
I think I said everything that I could think of. I just don't know how they're gonna refund time. I think that's up for debate, but calculating the time that was lost could definitely be done with the auction house values.
I agree.
Yeah. It's just a matter of how do we refund that time without pissing people off or ruining the economy. That's really it.
Nitrix, we're gonna get Remittal in next. Yeah. All right, well, thank you, ThirtyVirus, for coming on to the stream. I appreciate your time. Thanks for sharing your opinion.
Of course, thank you for letting me speak it.
Yes, we're going to get the next on, so I wish you a good rest of your day and enjoy the stream if you're going to continue to watch it.
Yeah, have a good one. I'll stick around a little longer.
Thank you. Alrighty, take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Alright, I'm calling Remittal next. We'll get Remittal. Nitrix, I personally invited Banana before the stream, so... Oh my god, Karan! Thank you, Karan, for the 20 gifted. I appreciate that, man. Thank you, Karan, for 20 gifted. 223 total in the channel. I appreciate that. But yeah, so next we're gonna get Remittal, and then Banana, and then Nitrix. I told Fearless we'll give him a chance to talk. He'll be after Banana, so fourth in queue is Nitrix. Again, thank you, Karan, for the gifteds. I appreciate it. We are going to we are going to get Remittal on. Yeah, Banana, I asked Remittal before I asked you. Oh shit! Sorry, Nitrix. Sorry. Hello, Remittal. Welcome to the stream. Also, I guess I'll give some context on the previous two people we had on here. We had ThirtyVirus, who was an Iron Man, and before 30 was Derailious, who is not an Iron Man. And Remittal is on right now, is an Iron Man.
Yes. The rumors are true. I am an Iron Man.
Wait, let me adjust your
volume.
Okay, yes. You're good.
Could I ask to have my camera on?
True. Oh, can you knock on Twitch?
Oh yeah, hold on. I think I have to do that on Chrome. I can't
Actually,
do that on
never
Chrome.
mind. Never mind. Just turn on your camera, and I'll find a way to put it up.
So crop it. Okay.
Let's see. Okay.
Okay, hold on.
Oh, he's prepared.
Hold on, I gotta Okay, are we focused? There we go. All right. So this is my presentation on why the attribute change is questionable, to be honest. I mean, I think the Foraging update is great and everything. Like, I love the new attribute system. There's so many new attributes, especially the Deadeye one that increases. I think it's all bow damage by 25%, which will make stuff like dungeons like insane. I mean, they might change that, but yeah, here is what I want to talk about first. Is about Kudra armors. So basically, people usually have multiple Kudra sets. Like they can have like 2 or so like Aurora sets or 2 Crimson sets, depending on whatever. And
Yes.
so yeah, like what you said earlier is I think they should either salvage it by 100%, like you get everything back, or if like you think that's too OP, then I think they should at least do 75% of like most of the stuff.
So bare minimum, you think they should provide at least some of a resource refund, or the opportunity to for extra sets that you might have.
Yeah. Okay. And the next thing I wanted to talk about was the Anake feathers. I think that's how you pronounce them.
And
But
just call them feathers.
the feathers, okay? So I did the math earlier. So to get like the ideal drops, you need 4 for an overflux. I can't really write well. You need 4 feathers for an overflux.
Is that
Ignore my
true?
handwriting. Yeah, you get it's 300,000, or I think it's 400,000 spent XP. No, yeah, 300,000 spent XP for 1 feather, and they're 60 mil each. So hold on, let me write that down. 60 mil.
Overfluxes are 60 mil.
Yes,
Right.
I know.
Okay.
So, and then for Warden Heart, you need 7 feathers, and the Warden Heart is 105 mil.
Right.
Okay, so for Enderman Slayer, I'm skipping Spider Slayer. They don't even have that yet for the feathers.
Yeah.
You need 12 feathers, and a core is, core is 223 mil. Last time I checked, which was like 10 minutes ago. Okay, now this one is crazy. For looting 5, you only need 5 feathers. All right, ignore like the slanted writing.
Yeah.
But,
No, you're good. You're good. We could read it.
how much is looting 5? I'm looking at my notepad. Looting 5 is 145 mil. And oh my god, am I like?
No, it will come back.
Well, I have Logitech, so I'm not sure about that. Hold on, give me a second. Oh,
hold your
Logitech
hand
so
and
much.
then back it up slowly from like and keep
Alright, here
it
we
in
go.
the center.
There we go.
Nice.
Ish. Okay. And then the next one I had was for handle. You need 33 feathers. Or oh frick, I forgot. I typed feathers on here. I meant to say looting 5. Handle, which is 800 mil about. And then lastly, for alloy, you need 58 feathers, which is 1.5 bill, which I'm pretty sure a lot of people know about. And then I also wanted to do the math, so I'll just like
guys,
divide it by
this will be on the test.
Okay, so I did the math for how much 1 feather would be for each thing. If you spent your feathers on overflux, it would be 15 mil a feather. For Warden Hearts, it would also be 15 mil a feather. For cores, it would be 18 mil a feather. And then for looting 5, it's 19 mil for a feather. And then a huge jump, not really huge, but for handle, it's 24 mil per feather. And then for alloy, it is 25. Which, honestly, I feel like it's quite a big difference. That's like a, what, almost like 40% increase from 15 to 25, maybe? I don't know. I'm not good at math. But what I also wanted to say was I also did the last thing I did the math on was the looting 5. You get 100,000 of the like RNG meter stuff for the thing. If you do all your experiments all 4 of your experiments, it basically nullifies 18 days worth of experiments, which is insane. I think it's 18, or it might be like 12.
Wait, how did you come up with that number? What's 18 days?
It nullifies, like, if you use feathers on a tier 7, it basically takes away 18 days of super pairs. Or no, I think it's 12. 12
Wait,
days of super pairs.
18 days how? Like what does that even mean?
So on average, if I like do experiments and I only go for
XP?
XP, you usually get about 2,000 meter per like
Per
like
E-table run?
super pairs, yeah.
Yeah.
So then if you do 4, it's 8,000, and then 100,000 divided by 8 is like, I'm trying to remember off the top of my
12.5?
head. Yeah, 12.5. So it's basically that's 12 days gone. Sorry for my bad handwriting. It's kind of hard to read.
Right.
Reach
Okay,
across.
so do you think feathers should more be balanced towards the amount of time it takes to get what the feathers reward, or do you think feathers should be balanced towards the value of what they could provide off the meter?
I think they should all be balanced. Like 25 mil for an alloy and then 15 mil for like an overflux per feather is a big jump. So, but also, I think they should just, if they are going to keep the feathers, I think they should like really, really, really like lower it. Like I think this is way too much. Like how many feathers did you get? Like 85?
I got 85. And I
So that's
didn't even
what,
have
like-
that many god rolls. A lot of my pieces weren't considered god roll.
So that's like almost like 15 tier 7s you can just get instantly
Um
on Iron Man, which would be, I don't know.
yeah,
but-
it's a lot.
And then
So,
the second to last.
No, go ahead.
Okay, okay. I was gonna say this. The next thing I wanted to talk about was sorry, the glowstone gauntlet to like
Right.
glowstone
right.
gauntlet being equal to a crimson chestplate or like any other Kudra piece, which I think like let's say you have like a crimson chestplate that's like it has Vite 1 and like I don't know, something random like mana pool 1. And then if you have a gauntlet with Vite 1 and mana 1, I think if you salvage the crimson piece, you should be able to get like your vitality shards and your mana shards, like you just like normal, right?
Yeah.
Like how it is now. But I think the glowstone gauntlet, if you try and salvage or like attribute salvage a Vite 1 and mana 1, I think it should just give you nothing until you get up to a certain attribute level. Like I think if you have like a Vite 4 glowstone gauntlet, then at some point you should start getting like you should start getting like shards for that, because it isn't I trying to close my pen. The glowstone price is way lower than the actual like Kudra piece. So yeah, one should either give nothing, or for cheap stuff like all of the Vanquish set, the pre-Vanquish set, they should all give like at least none. So until they get like raised to a certain level. What's your opinion on that?
I think it would hard to properly quantify that. So
Yeah,
would you
but
be...
it wouldn't be like 4 is when they would start giving you stuff. It would just be like whatever the admins choose.
I wouldn't even say it's what the admins choose. I'm more leaning towards a solution like ThirtyVirus proposed, where they base the refund off of the average auction house prices. Obviously, the prices would be based up to before the alpha went live, because I'm sure that affected a lot of the prices. So
Yeah.
I think something like ThirtyVirus proposed, where they're quantifying the actual auction house value and giving you a refund proportionally to that, because ultimately I don't think there's a more reasonable and better way that they could come up with a refund.
Yeah.
Because
Or I think
otherwise they would
I
have
forgot-
to go through each item individually and assign it a value manually, which I still don't think they would do a good job of. So I think the best way would be the auction house, like what ThirtyVirus proposed. I think that's pretty reasonable. Like, again, like some people will still be screwed like ThirtyVirus is gonna get screwed because I'm sure making the like all the Vanquished equipment is probably a lot cheaper on normal profiles. Because I mean, there's probably a bunch of people selling the Blaze ashes to make Blaze belts, but if you're an Iron Man, you're gonna have a lot less of those. So some people will still be getting screwed, but I do think it's probably the most fair, reasonable way they could do something about it.
I also think what Derailious said earlier was also a good idea, like having like an overclocked attribute. Like you can drop the overclocks things from Kudra, which like can just like increase your not your shards, but like the stats from an attribute by 10%, and then
yeah, something like that is definitely. I actually did like the idea where he proposed the god rolls get replaced by something that is around the same drop chance that you would still be able to use in the future. So it would be like the same rarity, but I still think that doesn't properly compensate for the things that aren't considered god rolls. Because like at that point, how do you quantify refund for things that aren't considered god roll if you're not getting the feather token for it? But you, like, for example, Breeze Manipool Helmet. No feather for that, but it's just as much time to get for me as a Magic Find Vet Helmet. And even then, you go more into that, my Magic Find Vet set isn't all Crimson. I have a piece of Fervor, I think, and I have a piece of Terror because I didn't drop the God rolls, but the attributes on the pieces are still valuable.
Yeah.
So
yeah, okay, last thing I wanted to say. What we should all take away from this whole update, if they're gonna keep everything. Sorry, I can't write sideways. Invest in glowstone gauntlets, guys. Start placing the cow minions. Start fishing for the lava witches. Start mining glowstone. If you can salvage, like what I just said here earlier, if you can salvage like one mana pool for the same as a Vite 1 mana pool 1 Crimson Chestplate, everyone should be spending their money on glowstone gauntlets right now. Because why would you? Okay, well, if you're playing Iron Man, you would do cow minions. Sorry. Whatever. Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah.
What
overall,
is your... No, go ahead.
But I was gonna say overall, I think the attribute system is cool, but I think the refund system is, as I said, like questionable.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to change it.
Would you agree with totally reworking how what feathers even do, like how they refund?
Yeah, I would totally. Yeah. I would totally be like down for them changing it, because like also like what I tweeted, I'm kind of having insane cope right now because of the whole nucleus run thing I had. Because like I said on Twitter earlier, is like I think Hypixel should stop rewarding people for just waiting for shit to come out.
Yeah, especially because they said that wouldn't be a thing for this specifically. They said not to wait. So yeah. What do you think about
for my whiteboard, that is.
What do you think about the way they're doing refunds for fishing rods? So I think at the moment, if you have a 1/1 god roll like Inferno Rod or Hellfire Rod, you're getting feathers back for that. Like, what do you think they definitely need to change the way they're refunding those? Because the fishing rods aren't like the same, like they're not really comparable to like dropping a god roll, because again, 1/3 of the possible fishing rod attributes are considered god roll and you're getting refunded for them. So it's not really something that you're going to play off of luck rather than just the sheer amount of magma fish you have.
What I did want to say though was that I think when I logged on the alpha server and I have an 8/8 I had an 8/8 double hook rod, a 8/8 double hook fishing speed rod, and then I salvaged it and I instantly got double hook 10, which I feel like was kind of insane, honestly, because I feel like maybe like if you have like a 10/10 rod, you should get instantly 10/10. But sorry. But yeah, I just think some of the stuff like, yeah, I mean, sorry, I'm like blanking out for a second. I'm like trying to think, but yeah, I think you should also be like refunded for like if you have like a second Inferno Rod.
Yeah,
Or,
I
yeah, a
think
second, yeah.
that makes sense.
Like-
Them
like
refunding
exactly
you
what I-
for because before you're rewarded for having multiple of these same like individual piece, and now you aren't gonna be able to make use of anything of the same piece. So I think they should definitely think of some solution for that.
Yeah, but honestly, that's probably all I gotta say about the attribute update.
Righty. Thank you for coming on. I appreciate having you on the stream, Remiddle.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
Alrighty. I will talk to you a different time. Bye-bye.
All right, see ya.
Peace. Alright, shout out Remiddle. Thank you, Remiddle, for coming on. Again, the guests so far in order have been Derailious, 30Virus, Remiddle, and we're gonna get Banana on next, and then Fearless is after that. I don't know if Fearless is still live, but I'll shoot him a message after after Banana. Menacing Banana.
I don't have a whiteboard.
That is a-okay.
I didn't know we were making real presentations for this. I kind of forgot that I even said I would do this. I think everyone be overreacting about this. I honestly don't think it's that bad.
Okay,
Like-
so why is that?
So
Oh my god, sorry, it's frozen. Hold
all
on.
of like the good attributes that people like care about, like vitality, veteran, magic find, and stuff, they're legendary attributes that then are used in the fusion system pretty heavily to make a lot of the new good attributes. So that like losing out on the stats of vitality and stuff, it's like, okay, you're missing out on some of the
it's-
healing.
The
you
outrage
can
isn't
make, like,
necessarily about what, like, being able to max out future content or not. It's about it being disproportional to the amount of effort it took to get these attributes.
Attributes weren't effort. Like,
Attributes were definitely
someone
effort.
making a glowstone gauntlet was not effort. Like-
Exactly. So they shouldn't be rewarded for that as much as they are for maxing out Veteran 10 on a Molten bracelet, for example.
Because I'm sure there was so many people with Veteran 10 Molten bracelets that they were actually rocking. Like, it just feels like fake outrage. And then, like, I don't understand. What do you want from Feathers personally? Like,
I want to
currently?
see the entire system reworked, and they need to change how they're giving those out, and they need to base it off of something like 30 said, based off of the average auction house price, to come up with a more fair compensation
I'm pretty sure that
for
was how they. I've talked to one of the guys who was working on the balancing for that. It was partially that, at least. I know.
It could
I
have
feel
partially
like-
been that, but the things that aren't getting feathers, you're basically getting nothing for them.
I feel like they could have just not done the feathers at all, though. In my opinion, like they could have literally just not done it, and I would still like, because them rewarding people for having any god rolls.
Okay, I
is
would
beneficial.
agree with you if they didn't say otherwise previously. If they came out 2.5 years ago or whenever they said in that forum post warning us that they're changing the system but we will get fairly compensated, if they didn't say we're getting fairly compensated and they instead said you're going to get fucked in 2 years, then I would have been like, okay, well, at least I know so I won't be blindsided one day. Like, that would have been a better solution than them doing it now, because they said this wouldn't happen and now it's happening. That's the issue.
But keep it a buck here. How many times have they said they're gonna compensate people for like something?
They could say it
and
a million times, and I'm gonna keep believing them the next
You're
time.
gonna
All right,
keep believing
I'm
it,
gonna keep
dude.
believing them. God forbid I take someone's word for something, right? Like, God forbid. They only had 4 years to think of a system of what they could do. This is the best they come up with, really? Like, I'm gonna believe them every time.
Because I think the old attribute system is really bad. I think
I agree for the most part. Yeah, I would agree.
It was not something that really promoted good. Like, it just, you had to spend either so much time or so much money getting such mild stat increases that you had to use this specific gear from this specific island to actually get value on. And now they're changing it to be an actually good system. So I think any compensation for changing a bad system to a good one is good enough for me. I don't care about...
obviously you don't give a... Do you even still play the game?
Yeah, I still play the game. I'm like level 470.
Oh, okay, no, that's valid, but you're like a creative mode profile. If you're not Iron Man, you're basically playing in creative mode. So you don't like either way. You're not gonna give a shit. Like either way.
My net worth for my level is legit dirt.
Either way, you're not gonna care about the attribute refund. But would you at least agree that it's unfair?
Unfair how?
The refund we're getting is disproportionately unfair compared to the amount of effort it took to get some of this stuff.
I think Iron Man's such a bad mode. I think that's because when I think of attributes, I think of it from a normal profile standpoint, where it's just money. It's just a money dump that people have been doing for the past couple years pointlessly because we knew that we were gonna get fucked. Everyone should have known that we're gonna get fucked. And anyone who's been getting attributes recently is just dumb. So I understand from an Iron Man standpoint being a little annoyed at the effort that you put in. But it's still just, that's not how the game was built.
I don't think this is a good point. I don't think this is a good point, but we could just disagree on that. It's fine.
I just think that we're getting refunded a good amount of attributes that we're going to be able to use, and then the God Roll feathers are going to affect literally like 2 items at all. I'm excited to use them.
What does that mean?
McGrub. Well, because they're not giving out like that. I have one of my friends who has like 1 billion God rolls is only getting like 3 stacks of feathers. So sure, 3 alloys for him, but he could have sold all of his attributes.
Actually,
right now
no one's even brought up the fact that I mean this isn't as much of a problem, but there's gonna be some Iron Man players where the only thing they have to use feathers on is tier 7 enchants, because they will have literally every other thing in the game on RNG meters other than dyes. So it's going to be up to dyes if they're going to allow that. Who knows? So they could also do that, but well,
because
yeah.
if you look at right now for like Spider Slayer on there, it literally says coming soon on the Ananke feathers. Because there's nothing good to get from Spider Slayer.
Yeah. All right.
I don't know.
Well, you got anything else you want to share?
Iron Man bad.
All right, Banana. Thank
Also,
you
I
for.
love you.
Thank you. Okay, that was Menacing Banana. Okay, well that guy, he basically got onto Rage Bait. Didn't really make the best points, but I appreciate hearing the opinion nonetheless. We are going to have... I'm going to try to get Fearless on now. Let me go over to his stream. The talking stick is ready whenever. Just call me on Discord when you want.
This is surely gonna be enough. With the shards plus...
we're gonna talk about what he's doing on stream right now, actually. Okay, I'm assuming he's gonna call me on Discord. Oh, Jay Varman! Hello! What's the main points for you right now? Basically, Jay Varman, I don't think the refunds that are being given out are appropriate. For example, the way that they're being allocated. Like, for example, a mana pool 10 glowstone gauntlet is valued the same as a mana pool 10 piece of armor. And also, I think feathers are pretty overpowered, but the main solution that I've heard from 30Virus is he said that the refund of attributes should be based off the auction house of the attribute on that specific item up to the average of like X amount of time up to the time alpha opened, and there needs to be a value calculated for all the attributes, and then they need to be refunded somehow. I'm not saying straight up coins, but that's how they should come up with it, basically. But I do appreciate you coming into the stream. We're gonna have Fearless on now. Hello, Fearless. Thank you for taking the time to join the stream. I appreciate it.
I know.
Yeah.
Thanks for blowing my eardrums away.
Oh, sorry. Here, wait, let me
That's
know
not
when
your
you have
fault.
me at a good volume.
Yeah, you're good.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I've talked with some other creators so far, and I
you
want
talked to?
we had Derailious on first, and then 30Virus, and then Remiddle, and then Menacing Banana, and now it is you up next.
Oh. Yeah, that guy. What did Remiddle say? I'm
Turn him
kinda
up,
curious.
gotcha.
What kind of like convos
Okay.
you guys have, so I can like so we don't go over the same things.
Yeah, to sum them all up, me and Derailious talked about the disproportionality of the refund system. So Derailious thought it was an okay compromise to disproportionately refund people based on their attributes. So one of the he agreed it was unfair at the end. I'll explain it better. That's kind of an unfair sum of what he was saying, but so one of the issues I brought up is that, for example, a mana pool 5 piece of leggings will refund you like 6 mana regen 5 leggings will refund you 6 shards on the alpha, compared to a glowstone gauntlet with mana regen 3 will refund you 3 shards. So to combine a 3 into a 5, it should take 4 times that amount. So if you're basing it off of the 3, it should go up to a 12 when you get to level 5, right? Because 4 3s make 12. But in actuality, on the alpha server, the level 5 pants actually only give 6. So you're only getting
pants?
like mana regen 5, like any Kudra pants. If you
Any Kudra? Because I thought it was scaled with rarity.
I don't think so, and I don't think it should
Because-
specifically on the Kudra pants, because when you're combining your Kudra pants, you're taking any piece with mana regen on it, for example. But so there's a few problems with the example I gave you, where first of all, you're getting punished for combining lower pieces together, because you would be better off keeping 4 3s to get 12 shards back in the alpha, rather than combining them before the alpha. If you combine 4 3s before the alpha, you would end up with 1 5, which would give you 1 6 shard back. So that's one of the issues with it. And another issue I had with it was it's a lot easier to get mana regen on a glowstone gauntlet than it is to get it on a piece of Kudra gear. Because I mean you could just craft them up a lot easier on glowstone gauntlets compared to dropping the specific piece out of Kudra. So those were like 2 of my main issues with this. And then with 30Virus, we talked about that further and agreed it was unfair. And his proposed solution, which I actually agree with, it's not fully fleshed out yet, but the value proposed in the refund should be based off of the auction house prices X amount of time before the alpha opened. So they would be able to come up with a price for each level of attribute, and it would vary from piece to piece. So for example, mana pool 10 on an implosion gauntlet would be worth a lot more than mana pool 10 on a glowstone gauntlet. I don't know if I misspoke,
Yeah.
but mana pool 10 on an
Implosion Gauntlet. Yeah,
yes,
it's my
yes,
favorite
okay.
item.
right.
Yeah,
So
it's my favorite item in the game.
So 30virus proposed that they should come up with a solution based off of the average auction house prices on X amount of time before alpha opening, and I would agree with that. And we also kind of agreed that feathers in itself are kind of a weird solution for a few reasons. But what do you think of everything?
Solution as in
I
like
said?
for what? Like solution as in like
Solution for the
refund?
refund, yeah.
Refund, yeah. But as an item,
Derailious-
what about feathers?
I don't like how it depends how feathers work. So first of all, I don't
It's
like
gonna
that.
work exactly how it works on alpha.
Well,
but
it
it's
doesn't
just gonna be a
necessarily
Kudra
need
drop.
to.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I don't think I would agree with it even being a Kudra drop, because you could go skip a certain different part of content to just by playing Kudra, for example. Which I don't know how I feel about that completely. I'm leaning towards find a different solution. Derailious actually did. This is something I forgot to say. Derailious brought up, but he said that there should be a. They need to find a drop that is valuable. It would be valued, and it would be the same rarity as God rolls. So he said from Kudra it should drop a rare drop that you could use to get like an extra level on an attribute, like kind of comparable to how tier 7s work. And it would be a drop from Kudra that would be like replaced by God rolls, if that makes sense. Or it would replace God rolls, if that makes sense.
Sure. I'm just trying to think like who would then do Kudra if feathers are not part of Kudra's drop table. Like Kudra just has nothing appealing about it at that point besides like getting, like you can do any tier, get all of your sets, and be done forever unless you're an Ironman and you need to get the talismans and
I
collection.
agree. Kudra would need some more incentive to play
Yeah.
it, but I
'Cause
don't
feathers
think
are now is like
I don't
an
think
okay
feathers how they.
incentive.
I don't think feathers how I exist now should be added into the game, in my opinion, because again, I just don't like how it lets you skip certain parts of content. At least in the way it exists right now, and I think something Derailious proposed would be better. But yeah, I just don't like feathers right now. I think they're a bit weird, especially the specific numbers they provide at the moment.
Yeah, some of them are weird. I'm sure they're gonna tweak that though. Like
honestly,
surely
even
we
if
don't
they
get
did
the same
tweak,
numbers come into the alpha like they always do, right?
even if they did tweak the amount of meter feathers gives, I still don't think it would be a solution that
They could
I'd
also add a
like.
limitation. Like they can band-aid it, be like you cannot increase an RNG meter past like 60% with a feather. So that like you can speed up progress but not necessarily cash out the item.
I don't know how much I would agree or disagree with that, but it's definitely something they should consider at least. Like,
Yeah,
generally, I think they should rethink feathers a lot. But that's even I wouldn't even say that's a bad idea. That's probably a pretty good idea where like you could only redeem them up to a certain point. That's not.
No.
That's something they should definitely consider when they're implementing feathers.
Yeah, they could also make feathers just a high value for NPC or something, but you know, dupes or anything like that will destroy.
Yeah, well, I think everyone agreed they
just-
should definitely make them have their own UUIDs and not make them stackable. I think would probably be a good thing. Most people would agree with.
Annoying, but sure, yeah.
But it definitely would be annoying, but just for dupe sakes, I think everyone would probably be okay.
Very
with it.
loopable item if you find it.
And then 30virus also proposed the idea of being able to use feathers on more than just the RNG meter. So a few examples were like composter or visitor milestones, like that type of thing. So what do you think of that?
Visitor milestones, as in it would give you progress in visitor milestones?
Yeah, not even just these things specifically, but other types of thing in the game like that. For example,
I don't know.
like that type of stuff, or like bestiary, for example, like that type of stuff.
Oh,
like
hell
not just stuff that's
no.
only tied to the meter, but more content than that.
Oh, that's bad. That would kill so much content.
Okay, well,
Like, that would pretty much entirely kill bestiary because all you would do is just
Well,
Kuja to max
no-
bestiary.
I mean, even like other things,
You
like
would
he
do
mentioned
Kuja
like,
to finish visitors and garden and everything. Like you,
he mentioned
like it would
other
kill
stuff
all
like
content.
Crown of Avarice or like anything like that. Would you be opposed to having it do other stuff other than just RNG meter, or do you think it should strictly be kept to RNG meter?
Other things could be considered if they're balanced, sure. I just don't really have an idea of what that could be.
Okay.
You'd have to you could probably find some cool use cases for it. I feel like what you discussed is like a pretty, I don't know, not very end game mindset. Because like I feel like I have a very like late game mindset when it comes to things.
Yeah.
I didn't even consider that like making a glowstone gauntlets can min max me a couple extra attributes for like less effort because I
Well, not-
already am ending myself at like thousands of extra shards in every single category because
Yeah,
simply of the like items I have.
Not even just glowstone gauntlets, but again, like how you're grinding the ramparts
Yeah,
piece
yeah.
and the sword of
no, it makes
volcano.
sense.
Like, I don't think, in my opinion, that
Yeah.
like I know it sucks because you're grinding it right now, but I don't think you should be rewarded for doing that when the refund does happen. Because
Yeah, sure. I mean,
yeah,
it depends. Like the shitty items being considered like or being able to max out all these attributes in shitty items is sure like kind of cheesy. But,
yeah. Okay, well, we agree on.
I don't really
that.
mind. Like I was gonna max beast tier. I was just keeping the item. Like I was selling the items. Alpha came out. I was like, okay, I guess I'll keep them now. Like I don't.
okay.
I didn't really care because I think I'll max out every attribute regardless, simply because of how much Kuja I did.
Yeah, I'm not saying you wouldn't max
yeah.
it out, but I'm saying that
My
people shouldn't be
perspective
rewarded
is-
for gaming the system and like grinding
yeah.
out the shitty attributes
Yeah.
right now.
I
so.
just what I really disagree with is balancing anything around auction house, for example. Like balancing anything around an already like really imbalanced economy, especially around something that isn't very like I would say alive content, like attributes. Like
Well,
most
the
people don't
reason-
ever even interact with them.
Yeah, the reason why I would agree with ThirtyVirus on the auction house take is because it's the fair market. It's the fair market. That's like what. So it's basically so the admins wouldn't have to come up
Yeah.
with a price on their own, and it's a price that exists in history.
But what about
And
Iron
we
Man?
we even acknowledge like there are Iron Men that will get shafted like that. Like 30virus, for example, has like I'm sure even you have high level like vanquished equipment or like stuff like that. Like for example, he grinded a high level blaze belt, and that took killing a lot of
Yeah.
blazes to get the blaze ash
mean,
and the blaze
My
minions
Crimson
and whatever.
set's 4 bills, so
Yeah, like
like I'm
But-
getting shafted on that. Like but the thing is I hate anything that is balanced around real player economy. I think the game should be balanced around Iron Man, like every other MMO does.
yeah, I'm
Like
not
the game should be balanced
necessarily-
around every player being able to obtain the item rather than balancing items in a way where like, oh, okay, we're gonna make the drops really unreasonably rare because we want to balance the amount of the item that makes it into the economy, which is like a really flawed mindset to begin with because we're just ending up with people not doing content and instead grinding coins because doing the content is never worth over doing main money makers. So
Yeah, I don't
regular
disagree
profile
with
gameplay
you.
is just like let's mine for like 5 billion coins and buy everything because
Yeah.
grinding it ourselves just doesn't make any sense. That's how we got to this point, is because we balanced the game around player economy rather than player playtime towards the item. Like
Yeah.
RuneScape balances the entirety of its game around the Iron Man, and the economy equalizes itself accordingly. When you balance the game around how many items make it into the game, it's cooked. So now we're here.
Yeah,
how we got here.
I don't disagree with that completely, but the reason why I'm agreeing with balancing it based on the auction house, like the refund
it's a
part of
band-aid.
it.
Yeah, it's a band-aid the more balanced refund.
It's the reason is it would either the admins come up with the refund prices or they go off the fair market, the open auction house market. They could go off of that, which I would trust the fair market more than the admins, especially like it would almost be an impossible task to do for the admins if they're like taking in Iron Men into account. But I think some Iron Men are just like gonna get shafted either way because of
That's already
which...
yeah. I mean, I had my shit pushed in way harder with these theory rebalances than this. It's
Right.
okay. Like we're already like our anus is already so large. Like we can take a couple more. Like it is what it is.
So, would you generally agree with the method of coming up with quantifying the refund based on the auction house?
Fine. Quantifying the refund according to auction seems fine.
Okay.
No issue there.
Yeah, and then, what are your thoughts on just the general existence of feathers? So, them becoming a renewable resource from getting them out of Kudra chests, and then also just how they work.
I don't know. Feathers, like, the reason feathers exist is because they couldn't come with an idea what would make Kudra appealing content. So they just like said, okay, let's just make Kudra be dungeons, be enchanting table, be like all these like be nucleus. So like people that don't want to play that content can play Kudra instead. It's like, I mean, I'm done with all that content already. But whoever comes into the game is probably gonna choose to do Kudra over Nucleus every time. Because why would you waste countless hours when you can be like getting done with Kudra collection and Kudra talisman while also getting your alloy at the same time? That just seems very dumb. That seems kind of weird.
Yeah, for sure. And
like everyone's gonna obviously choose that option over anything else.
Yeah, I mean. Not that I would agree with this, but a counterpoint someone could make is what if they balanced feathers more so it wouldn't be worth doing Kudra as the replacement of the other content? Like, would you then agree with...
I mean, do you trust them in balancing?
No, I don't. I don't
because I feel like
it's
been long enough to where I don't trust them with any numbers. Like I've already sat in VC with Haskell and Jaya, and I was like, guys, 1 billion pumpkins is a kind of unreasonable amount to expect for a player to grind, and they're like, but why is that? And then I just pull out my calculator and I show them the raw amount of hours that it takes to max out each crop by 1 billion. And they go like, and Jack goes like, yeah, that seems like a large amount of hours. I'm like, yeah, no shit it does. Like that, you guys just came up with 1 billion out of like nowhere. And then they rebalanced the numbers and they were still so bad. They had to like half it again. And it's still like one of the most atrocious grinds. Like I do not trust them with numbers.
Okay, that's
so
not unreasonable.
Like, so
Sweet Booty,
balancing.
I think Maz is up
like
next. By the way, I don't know if Maz is in the stream.
In this game because they simply won't balance them. Like I'm sure with time they will make every content fun, balanced, and good. But on average, it takes them 4 years to do that. So like I'm not gonna be around for that long.
Sweet Booty, you could go after Maz if you want.
We need to come up with systems that don't need balancing. Like feathers should just, I guess, not exist. We should make Kudra appealing in other ways than just feathers.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree. All right. Do you think there's anything we haven't covered that you would like to speak about or hear my opinion about? Generally, for the update, I think the update looks cool and whatever. My main issue with it is the refund is my main issue, honestly.
Refund, I mean, I think refund is like a necessary step. I was trying to have a different perspective on this. Like, what if I'm a player who is just starting Skyblock and I'm touching attributes for the first time? I'm getting myself into this hunter skill. I'm doing all sorts of content. I'm getting all these interesting shards. I'm like getting my profile upgraded, and it seems like a cool system. Seems like a system that I would be kind of like into with being a new player. The system only becomes really fucked when we have endgame players transitioning into a system that we had for 2 years, and that being entirely like stripped away into a completely different thing. I think we'll get used to it. I think the update seems fun. I'm just concerned about TPS. Like, I did a hunter for a couple hours, and it's 400 people on alpha with a bunch in queue already. My net for catching fishes, for catching birds was like probably I could get a bathroom break by the time the net makes it into the bird. Like,
Damn.
it's
Yeah, I mean,
it's not very good TPS wise. So
server issues. I'm sure
scared.
that's a part of the main reason why they're opening, why they have an open alpha to, I mean, test the stability of the server on the newer versions. Because they, how else would they like pressure test it really, other than just letting a shit ton of people on? So
yeah.
I'm sure
they
it's something
have
they're actively working on.
I'm just scared that Hunter might be like the worst experience with lag. Like, mining's already like atrocious when it's lagging. To Hunter might
Yeah.
be like something else.
Yeah, I haven't
I'm
actually
scared of
played
that.
the new content, but
Oh
I'll
yeah,
take
you would love it. Like, you would love it when it's like 5 TPS and it's like everyone's trying to hunt, fighting for the same bird, and you can like outrun the net that you're catching things with. So you know, like,
sounds like very exciting. Sounds very exciting.
but I think the thing is like I think the content's fun. Like, genuinely, part
Oh,
of
that's
the
good to hear.
forest. I feel like we could make some more original names, maybe a couple more original skills. There were some original like abilities and stuff, but overall content wise, like what's getting implemented, it's fine. I think the update is gonna be fun. It's just transitioning the way they're doing it, weird, very weird.
Yeah,
And
I
Kuja's gonna
agree.
be in a spot that might kill it or might make it the most insane activity to do in the game.
Yeah. We'll see what they do. I mean, it is an alpha.
Yeah.
I think it's good that we're able to all talk about our thoughts on this to hopefully see some change rather than seeing some dog shit no one agrees with pushed to the main server. So I think it's good to have these discussions. So thank you for coming onto the stream. Unless there's
no
anything
worries.
else you would like to say, I appreciate it.
I saw a lot of people in your chat be like, "Why would we balance the game around Iron Man? That's delusional." The easiest example would be to look at like actually successful MMOs. Like, this game has a history of really, really struggling to pull new players or to keep players playing. Like, you max out the game, you log off. Is basically the end game. Or if you took a break for a really long time and you come back, the content that you missed out on is significantly easier than it was on release. So
that
the
is like
reason why that's
a
the
real
case-
thing.
yeah, it's a constantly reoccurring reason, and the reason why is because they don't really test the game in Iron Man standards. They don't have the perspective that, like, hey, how long would it take if I had average gear and I was fishing on like average rates? How long would this take me? They don't balance it on playtime. They kind of just take numbers out of their ass, depending on most of the time economical reasons. Like, inflation is like a big thing. I don't think they ever, before releasing Crystal Hollows, tested how much money like gems will make. We went from on Iron Man making 3.5 mil an hour to 62 mil an hour.
Yeah.
I don't think they don't really test the game. They don't really put themselves in a perspective that, like, I need to complete this content. They kind of just
Right.
take eyeball the numbers.
I don't know how they test things, but I do agree that when they're like forming certain content, they should have some idea in mind of how long it would take to max, and I think it should be somewhat reasonable. Like, I guess reasonable is like the right word, like where people would actually want to do it. So yeah, I would agree.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you for coming on. I appreciate it. We liked hearing your opinion. Yeah, thank you, Fearless.
Yeah. Also, when is Shen becoming Iron Man exclusive? Or are we paying 15 bill for a Clover helmet? When's that changing?
Yeah, I actually don't know. That's like a whole other topic. Whether I even agree with an Iron Man only Shens and Dark Auction and stuff. I don't know. Like I don't think I would complain if they added it in, but I do agree that it would be kind of weird.
Shouldn't Iron Man be like not a part of the economy?
Yeah,
Like this is the only game that I am as an like I played a bunch of MMOs. Like I have a lot of hours into different MMOs, and no MMO makes me go into an auction as an Iron Man player.
right. So, like on
That's
one
kind of
hand,
like the reason I like the game mode.
on one hand, I'm against it because I think Iron Man shouldn't have anything different from a normal profile. But on the other hand, competing toe to toe with people with normal purses on normal profiles, it's honestly just not the most realistic thing.
Yeah.
But then there's the other possibility of what if when the Iron Man Shens and Dark Auction House does open, then what if the items are actually easier to get on Iron Man than on normal profiles?
Well, yeah, that's like
Like that would just be another issue they would have to think about when considering if they should add systems like this into the game.
Iron Man has been like really getting more and more popular. Like I asked admins like what is the ratio of Iron Man players recently like active, and it's only increasing. Like the amount of Iron Man is only getting higher because
Yeah.
I think the game's the normal profile gameplay is getting very repetitive. How I'm just mining or fishing, making a lot of money, buying all my things to.
Like if you want to efficiently play a normal profile, you
make money.
You make money, and then you pay through all the XP, and then you go do your like bestiary class average and garden milestones and whatever. Like that.
Yeah,
that's basically how you would play through a normal profile, and then Iron Man, you're actually like touching all the normal content. I know, like, oh my god, just make a normal profile and play it like an Iron Man. Like, well, what if someone doesn't want to do that? I don't know what to say. Like,
exactly. That's why like like the amount of Iron Man players have been like actually crazy. Like I was surprised with the numbers. I was not allowed to share the numbers, but it's genuinely going up. Like it's
for sure. I would.
We're getting to a stage where like maybe we start considering this as like player base, you know. But yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for coming on. I appreciate it, sir. Thank you very much.
Who you got next on the list? Who's next on the show?
Yeah, I think we're gonna have Maz on, which I don't know about that guy's opinion. He's low-key gonna rage bait, but
that guy is a rage baiter.
I think
I love that guy.
Yeah, I think after that might be Sweet Booty, and then we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, I appreciate you coming on.
Yeah. Anyways,
all right. Have a good rest of your stream,
cool guy.
sir.
Keep him on. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Take care.
All right.
Appreciate
Have
it.
a good night. Yep.
Bye bye. All right, guys. That is Fearless. He's like Mr. Endgame Iron Man YouTuber, basically, right? That's kind of where his bread and butter is. He's been Iron Man from the mud. I've knocked. Okay, we're accepting Maz's knock. Let me preemptively turn down the volume. Move this. Wait. Can you knock, Maz? Can you knock? I did? Okay, I don't see it, honestly. Oh, wait. Twitch. Oh, here. Oh, I'm in the wrong browser. Hold on. Twitch. Oh.
God damn, he's so oh. Hey.
Wait. Talk again?
Yeah, well, go on, fam.
Okay. Talk at the volume you're gonna be talking at, so I could.
Bro, I'm gonna be talking at this volume. Okay, this is the volume I'm gonna be talking at. Wait, let me turn my camera on here. Allow while using the site.
Hello, Maz. Thank you for joining us. Why is your Twitch name in Arabic?
I think you're already asking too many questions. Can you turn your camera on here as well, please?
Honestly, I don't think I can. It's on OBS.
Yeah, turn it off. on
Actually,
OBS.
let me figure it out. Hold on.
God damn, making it seem like it's a
Oh my god, lower your tone. Lower your tone.
lower my tone. Hold on, buddy boo. Hold on, buddy. Hello, chat. How's everyone doing in chat? Is everyone doing in chat good?
Alrighty. What are you doing? I will kick you off. So, what are you doing?
Okay.
Okay, if you're just gonna troll, I'm kicking you off because I'm trying to get some like good feedback to send the VOD to the admins. I will kick you off so fast. I'm not even trolling.
I'm not
What do you
Okay.
have to say?
First of all, let me say point one. The Iron Man chose to go on Iron Man. That is a significantly harder game mode. There is no. You guys put this on yourself. Let me just put that on there. You guys. put
It's
this
not
on
even
yourself.
an Iron Man issue. It's a refund issue.
Nah, bro. Listen to me. It's not about. You guys don't care about the refunds. You guys care about the
Well,
time you guys spent on the game.
We care about
Maxing out-
the
First
equal
one,
refund.
maxing out. Guys, hold on. Are you gonna let me speak?
I'm almost about to not, so let's keep it moving.
What? Okay, so I have a few notes. The first note is attributes are too strong and you can't balance new items. The attributes are meant to offer long-term goals and progression, especially in endgame content. All right. Without powerful progression systems, late game players would lose interest.
Okay, we're not saying that the attributes should be OP like they exist right now. We just want an equal refund.
An equal refund, which means you guys want equal time spent, correct?
I mean, like what 30 proposed with the auction house value. I think that's probably the most reasonable thing they could do.
But you do realize
Okay, we're getting someone else on. This guy can't have a conversation. Okay. Let's see. Anyone from the Twitch team Discord that wants to come in? I don't know if Nitrix is back yet. He is literally your clone. That is very rude. Anyone? Epic Flame Dog, you have any words about this? Did I message anyone else to come on? I couldn't contact Toad. This guy has his friend request off on Discord like he's Drake or something. Oh. Alex Offie, welcome. Wait, let me, hello. Let me balance your audio. Say
I'm
something?
trying my best with the accent.
Right. Okay. You're good now.
Okay. Yeah.
Welcome,
had
Alex
some-
Offie, to the stream.
Hello. So I just said something about the time aspect in terms of like, you said something like refunding time and stuff like that. I mean, for example, Ghost Beast 3, I still had to do like 250k. Now it's 100k. I'm not getting back the time. For example, Dungeons, average runtime when I did my class average was like 9 minutes. Now it's like 6 to 7 minutes at max. So also lots of time lost. Like pretty much every stuff we ever had to do got easier over time, which means you kind of quote unquote lost time. So I don't know, Linman, if you remember him, like first skill average 50, he had to do mining with snow minions and cobblestone generator. And then we got Draven mines, and it got way easier. So it's like in the nature of Skyblock, that stuff gets easier over time.
I agree, but they could choose how it's done, and they intentionally said that we are getting something fair in return. They said that intentionally. They didn't say that about like mining, like maxing any skill the day the skill came out, like early Skyblock was like no one was doing that at all. Like no one was doing that. And also just like power creep, like more damage gets added into the game, so like doing things that require damage will naturally get faster, but I don't think this situation's really comparable because it's something they specifically said this wouldn't happen, and I don't think anyone would reasonably refund, and anyone would reasonably expect them to refund the time they got from doing 3.2 million Ghost Bestiary or any shit like that compared to them intentionally and specifically saying that they are going out of their way to refund equally attributes like they said they would. So I don't think those are really comparable situations, but I do agree with what you're saying. Like the game does get easier. Like basically every year Skyblock gets like the amount of playtime it would take to max is like chopped in half from the year before. Basically, like it's basically like that.
Yes and no. I would say it's easier to get to the same point as before, but they're also adding more stuff. So it's like faster in the early game, but takes longer in the late game.
Yeah.
Which is kind of good in my opinion. So people that start late can still catch up, and it's not like they are always behind. So that's actually pretty good. But like in terms of like attributes and compensating and stuff, I mean, for normal, like let's take the feathers for example. For normal, you get back some of the coins you spend, probably not even all of it. And I mean, even if you get more coins than you originally spend, I mean, probably you won't, because like stuff like handles or alloys.
Wait, I'm lost in what you're saying. Are you proposing they refund coins for normal profiles, or I'm confused?
No. I mean,
sorry.
You spend coins on the god rolls. So like for example, MFX Crimson and getting it to 10-10. So you get back some of the coins in the form of a feather. So you can get like a handle or an alloy or whatever you like want to get from it. Yeah. And then sell it, so you pretty much get back some of the coins. And
the problem with only like mainly relying on feathers to compensate value is it's not, god rolls aren't the only representation of value. So like we talked about earlier, Maz, thank you for the raid. We talked about earlier comparing like a glowstone gauntlet with mana pool 10 to a Aurora helmet with mana pool 10. They're basically getting rewarded the same way, but one of those is a lot harder to get than the other.
Yeah, but it's probably more like if you like, it would be way much more effort to look into like every unique item with every unique attribute and give them like a certain value for it. So
I think that's something they could reasonably do with like auction house data. I think they could reasonably do that. I mean, compared to what they're doing right now, is they're looking at each item and assigning certain items god rolls, and then basically any item that doesn't have a god roll, you're just getting owned for, because you're not getting much. If you don't get a feather, you don't get that much.
And you're still getting a bunch of attributes to like get a head start on the new update.
Yeah, but the attributes are returning aren't proportionate to the attributes it took to get that before the update. So again, like we I don't know how long you've been in the stream, but we compared a glowstone gauntlet with mana regen 3 to like terror pants with mana regen 5. With the current attribute system, it would take 4 times the amount of mana regen 3 to make one piece of mana regen 5. The refund is only giving twice the amount, and also there's the other issue of it's a lot easier to get mana regen on a glowstone gauntlet than it is on a pair of terror pants. So there's just like a lot of issues with how they're handling the refund.
I might be wrong on it because I have to admit I didn't look fully into attributes in Alpha, but isn't it like way easier to max out an attribute now? So like for example, veteran is something like if you had a good veteran before,
it is like easier to max out the attribute, but that doesn't mean the compensation they're giving us is fair.
Yeah, but if it's like way easier, they can't do 1-to-1. So either they would increase the amount of.
Well, they should change the system. Is what is being proposed mainly, is that they just need to change a lot about the system.
Yeah, but like for example, the attributes. It's like
Yeah.
if you want to have like a one-to-one compensation, you would have to increase the amount of attributes it takes on the new system. Let's say because currently it's like 512 tier 1 for 1 tier 10. So you would need 512 attributes on the new system if you want to have a one-to-one compensation. And I think right now it's like 1 to 4, so you get like
I mean,
128.
not necessarily. That's assuming if they're doing it based off the current refund system. So like 30Virus was proposing a system where they quantify your attributes based off the auction house history, and then they give you a refund of something that would be comparable to that value. Not even necessarily just like an attribute refund, but it could be something like some sort of token you could exchange for something else, like similar to the feathers, but not the feathers exactly. So it wouldn't just be an attribute refund, but yeah, I mean, with attributes, some people will have some attributes maxed out, but I just think they should change the whole refund system.
Like right now, I'm thinking about what they could do instead. So like how they could change the system. So
yeah, like one of the issues with it is, for example, to make I don't know, it's either like 256 or 512 level 1s make a level 10, right? Or like one of those numbers makes a level 10. But 512, yeah, 512s makes a level 10. 512 level 1s make a level 10. So you would be rewarded if you had 512 glowstone gauntlets sitting in a chest, but if you combine the glowstone gauntlets to make it in a level 10, you get severely punished to the point where you would actually only be receiving an eighth of the refund if you didn't combine it.
Actually, I think it's the 4th, so it's 128 that you get on Alpha.
Oh, I mean, I honestly don't know, but whatever it is, it's like, I don't think that's right either way, how they're basically punishing players for those who like combined their attributes. That's essentially what's happening with that, right?
I would probably also say, for example, you either have to give it like a minimum tier, or you have to, I don't know, let's say like, but that's probably the issue. If you want to one-to-one, like if you say tier 1 gets you one attribute on the new system, it's gonna be 512 again. So you have the same issue of like having it, needing 512 attributes.
The proposed change, it wouldn't necessarily only refund attributes. It could refund other stuff. I don't know. It hasn't been thought out fully of how they're refunding what, but would you agree that the current way they're refunding is unfair?
I mean, not really, because on the one hand, we knew they are going to change it. And
we knew they were going to change it, but they said they would refund us fairly, is the thing. And so I would say this is unfair. It's unfair because you got punished for combining your attributes, essentially. Like, you got punished directly for that.
I mean, what I pretty much don't know right now, you said something like tier 4 is like 4 shards and tier 5 is 6 shards, I think, right?
A tier 3 is 3 shards and a tier 5 is 6 shards. So it should give 4 times the amount, but it's only giving twice the amount. I don't know how it continues to scale after that, but that's just like an example. Like, even at that level, I don't think it should work like that. It should be proportionate all the way up, in my opinion.
That sounds something I can agree on, yeah.
Okay.
So it's like easier to know, like if it's tier 3, tier 4, whatever, you get X amount of shards.
Right.
Sure, but
and
like,
would you agree that?
Okay.
Would you agree that they shouldn't be valuing attributes the same on different items and like armor and weapons? So for example, I have where is it? Oh, I salvaged it on Alpha, but I have like Blazing Fortune 7 slug boots. Would you agree they should value that differently than Blazing Fortune Magma Lord boots?
Yes.
Okay. I would agree with that. Would you agree with the proposed way of finding out someone's value that they're getting refunded? Would you agree with it being based off an auction house average?
Good question. Actually, I'm not quite sure. It's like I can understand both sides because on the one hand, it's like, well, let me think about it. If you have a set value for it, it's like the same for everyone, yes, but it might be too high or too low. Well, if it's on the auction house, it's like the normal profile price, but doesn't affect an Iron Man at all. You know?
Yeah, I mean,
So it
we
could be-
already
could be-
talked about that. Like, there are a lot of Iron Man, like, or not even a lot, but some Iron Men who have went out of their way and grinded out certain pieces of equipment will be, they're still getting shafted. Like, if you went and grinded out like a good blaze belt or shit like that, like you're just gonna get punished for it anyways. But that's kind of like basing the compensation based off the auction house history is probably the most fair way I could think of them doing that, especially since they wouldn't want to differentiate the rewards or the compensation an Iron Man player is getting compared to a normal profile.
But I would actually say they should separate Iron Man from normal as much as possible. So I actually agree on the idea of like Dark Auction, like Iron Man Dark Auction, and Iron Man Chance, just because it's like a different game mode, right? It's like
Yeah, honestly,
use the
I'm
same
like
server,
really on the fence about that. Like, I genuinely don't know what I think about that, but it's
I mean, if they
definitely something to think about.
The problem is if we have like both combined and you introduce a new method that's good for Iron Man, like a new moneymaker method that's good for Iron Man, it means it's also good for normal profile. But if it's
Right.
also good for normal profile, it leads to inflation, and leading to inflation means you have to pay way more, for example, in Chance or in Dark Auction.
Right.
So the only way to have a good like NPC method, like a good Iron Man method, is to like it always leads to inflation.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm so on the fence about it, because ultimately, like, Iron Man will never have a better moneymaker than normal profiles. It's just, like, not possible, because, like, normal profiles could, like, exploit the economy in whatever way they want to, so... Yeah, again, I'm just on the fence about that, because, like, I brought up the possibility earlier of them, of the possibility of prices, or the possibility of items in Shen's or the Dark Auction becoming easier to get on Iron Man than they are to obtain on a normal profile. Not even, like, coin per coin, but the amount of hours it would take to obtain. Like, for example, if your best moneymaker on a normal profile is 100 mil an hour, and then your best moneymaker on an Iron Man is 45 mil an hour, if a Clover Helm is 10 billion coins on a normal profile, but it's 4 billion coins on an Iron Man, it will be less time to get on Iron Man to get a Clover than it would on a normal profile, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but that's pretty much impossible to realize, because money-making methods is like you have an like rough estimation of like how much it can get, but I don't know, stuff like ping, stuff like skill, stuff like even the slightest change of gear can make like a huge difference in terms of like how much money you're getting. So it's like very rough to base it off a money-making method. So I would rather say
assuming the same person operating at peak rates on both profile types, like, there are situations where I could see the price of something on Iron Man Shins taking less time to grind than on a normal profile. I'm not saying it will happen, but I'm saying it could happen. And, like, what would you feel about that happening if grinding a Clover Helm on an Iron Man was way faster than grinding a Clover Helm on a normal profile?
I would say it should take roughly the same amount of time, or rather have like one Chance auction for normal profile and one for Iron Man, so the Iron Man can compete with their methods and the normals can compete with their methods.
Yeah, but
I mean,
even that, like, that's still wouldn't, like, that's where the scenario exists. If, assuming the auctions do get split, and like the Iron Man have their own darker auction and Shens, and the normal profiles have their own. There is a possibility of like the Clover helmet becoming easier to get on an Iron Man than it is on a normal profile, just because of the amount of coins people have on Iron Man and like where everyone's at in progression, how many players there are in on Iron Man. Like for example, there's Iron Man is like about 10% of the player base, so there's going to be way less people competing for Clover helmets in total than people competing for Clover helmets on a normal Shen's auction rather than the Iron Man one. So it's a possibility that over time, the price of the demand of Clover helmets on Iron Man goes down by so much because the people who want Clover helmets have them on Iron Man, and then it just becomes easier to get on an Iron Man than on a normal profile. Like that's a possibility that could happen. So
If they are split, it's completely fine with me actually.
Okay.
Like if the auctions are split.
I see. That's okay. That's based. I don't agree or disagree with that. It's just something to think about when they're introducing this system into the game. But yeah. Do you have anything else to say about the? Actually, let's sum up what we talked about. So, do you agree about the quantifying the refund based off the auction house average? Would you agree with that?
I mean, I'm fine with either way. Like if they do it or if they not do it.
Would you
like,
say that's a better way to do it than the current system?
Actually, it's whatever for me.
Okay. That is valid. That is valid. All right. Well, Alex Offie, I appreciate you coming on. Anything else you would like to say before I bring in the next guest?
I mean, if I can think of anything, I'll just call you again.
Sure. All right. I
think
appreciate
it's
your
been long.
time and I appreciate your opinion. Thank you.
All right.
All
Bye-bye.
right. Take care. Bye bye. All right. Are there any other creators? Oh, Fire. Are you here, Fire? I see Fire. You pinged me. Are you around? Yes. Okay. For you, we'll just join a channel that is capped off at 2 people, if that's okay. Join non-live limit 2. Hello, Fire. Welcome. Oh, wait. Also, I forgot to give context for Alex Offie. Alex Offie is a normal profile, and he's like, I think he might be max XP. But yeah, next we have Fire on. And Fire, I don't actually know your Skyblock level. I just know you do a lot of Blaze Slayer, but I'm pretty sure you're like 440 something or something. I don't know. You're up there, right?
Yeah, 440, but I'm not bothered about levels. I just
Yeah, that's fine. I was just trying to give.
No.
Fire's on the Blaze XP leaderboard. You are currently ranked what? 4th. Okay. All right. What are your thoughts on the attribute refund? That's. I know I talked about it with Alex Offie, like the Shen's Iron Man and whatever. Like, we'll try to keep it onto attribute refund, honestly.
In terms of the refund, I partially agree with the whole not getting a refund thing. I think it's a bit late for that, considering they promised a refund.
Yeah.
And I don't think feathers are a good way to do it.
I
don't think it's a particularly healthy item in of itself in the game.
I agree.
But if they want to continue with that and not make major changes to the Kudra loot pool, then the Kudra feathers have to be different. It has to be a it has to be a different item that give different amounts.
Right.
much
So
less.
no matter what, you think that the feathers as they exist right now should never be in the loot pool for what they do.
No, I don't think they should be.
I would agree.
I think they should be a soulbound. If they're going to be used as compensation, they should be a soulbound item. that is only given for compensation.
I would agree. What are your thoughts on the proposal of quantifying refunds based on the auction house?
It's probably the best way I can see of doing it.
Okay.
Especially with,
I would agree.
as you said earlier with stuff like glowstone gauntlets and the amount of people that are grinding Rampart gear constantly. I saw somebody earlier who has 32 chests of it.
Right. Yeah, like, I don't think the system, whatever they do, it shouldn't be gameable in any way. You should not be able to game the system. So, yeah. What else is there?
As far as refunds go, I think that's not really a topic that I can talk much on because I can't offer a better solution.
Okay.
However, I think is another issue, which is mostly the amount of damage that we're going to gain from the new system.
Oh, yeah, the stats balancing. I mean, that's an issue. That's a whole other issue. I'm not really even worried about that necessarily, because that could be changed in the future. But if this refund comes out, then that's like undoable, right? So that's why I'm more. That's why I'm more focused on the refund rather than, I mean, the rest of the update, to be honest. So yeah.
It's fair, yeah. However, the damage is also still a part of the attribute system.
Yes. I don't disagree that something needs to be addressed about all the various stats we're losing. I mean, or that maybe that's just how they want the game to be balanced. I don't know. Maybe they're just changing the balancing of the game, but
it's not so much about what we're losing, it's about what we're gaining. We are, in the end game, we are gaining millions of extra damage.
Oh, really? I honestly, I don't know. I haven't really checked out the stats as much as the refund or whatever.
For example, since you can have everything active at once, you could have Dominance active, you could have Elite active, you could have Ender active at the same time, you could have Warrior active at the same time.
Right. Well, either way, like, I think rates for, like, Slayers, for example, are going to go down, so... Because you're just missing a lot of vet, right? So rates of some things will go up, rates of some things will go down, the progression of some things will change because you won't have the vitality you need, and so some things you'll be able to do easier because you'll have more damage and whatever. So, yeah.
I don't think that the vit's gonna make as big of a difference as people think it will.
Honestly, I have no idea because I haven't played like through the like earlier game progression with, or like I played it before Vit was a thing. So I don't know. I know I've heard people say like, oh yeah, Vit's pretty important for like Blaze Slayer or even Enderman Slayer. It like helps out a lot earlier, but honestly, I don't personally know. I just either way, some things are just gonna change about the game, but again, that's not really something I want to talk too much about. More so than the attribute refund, just because again, this is something like I really don't want to see live, because once it goes live onto the main server, it's irreversible. So I want to make sure they do a good job at it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not in a situation where it can release, and I would like to not
at least we agree on
in
that.
the game. Full stop. Realistically,
right. I agree. So yeah, hopefully they do something. It was nice to see Jay Varmint pop into the stream, so maybe I'll send him I'll send him the Spark Notes or whatever of the stream and see what he has to say about it, because we're getting a lot of opinions from a lot of different people. Yeah. Is there anything else you would like to share?
No, not particularly.
All right, well, Fire, I appreciate your opinion. I appreciate you taking the time to come onto the stream, and I wish you a good... Wait, actually, didn't you raid me earlier too?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for the raid earlier. But I wish you a good rest of your night.
And you, good luck with the rest of the stream.
Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye. All right, guys, I'm not letting Maz in. I actually don't think Maz is capable of adding anything to this discussion. I'm not hosting this, so Maz can come up and do a bit. Yeah. There. Maybe I'll read some chat for a bit. Actually, I'll read. Oh wait, Sweet Booty. Is Sweet Booty still here? I forgot. Yeah, I'm trying to mainly get creators on right now. I don't know if that's mean, but yeah, everyone who's been on has either been a YouTuber or a streamer of varying sizes. So yeah, I guess I'm an asshole for that. I don't know. I guess until Sweet Booty comes on, I don't want to just invite anyone to talk, but maybe if someone has a opinion that they think wouldn't, if you could provide an opinion or a viewpoint that hasn't been considered yet by any of the other guests who came on, then, because I feel like we're getting to the point where we've covered a lot. But if you could provide a viewpoint or opinion specifically about the attribute refund portion of the alpha, I don't care about the balancing of stats or anything else. We're mainly talking about the attribute refund part of the update. Let me know. So actually type what you would want to come on the stream and talk about in the chat. Okay, microphone, Discord. How do I copy this? Copy. Hello? Oh, okay, good. I hope that's on this scene's audio track might actually be messed up, but I'm gonna assume it's not. Let me take the Discord audio track. And then let me try to, yeah, I guess I need the game one. Full cam. I hope that's good. Okay, I'm gonna get Boofy Oof. I'm gonna get Boofy Oof in. Boofy Oof. Can you join my Discord and then I'll drag you on a channel. Exclamation Discord. Actually, are there 2 people channels in BK? I just don't want like more people joining. There's not. Destrix, can you make a 2-person channel in BK, please? Is Dick9 in the stream? I'll have Dick9 on if Dick9's in the stream. Who else would join? I just don't want anyone. Okay, you're not. No one join. No one join. If someone else joins, I'm deafening. Okay. Boofy Oof, join a channel. Hello, Boofy Oof.
Yo.
Well-known Burger King member, Skyblock. Are you even in Burger King or are you in a different guild? Oh.
No, I'm in BK.
Okay. Wait, just hold on. Let me make sure my audio tracks are that. Okay, maybe someone go. Oh, Fearless, thank you for the raid. Thank you, I appreciate it, Fearless, and thanks for coming on earlier, Fearless. If someone could go look at this portion of the VOD and make sure my voice and Boofy's voice is saving to the VOD, or even just a clip or something, let me know, because I want to make sure it's all in the VOD. But hello, Boofy, if you want, introduce yourself, since you're not like a known creator. Give us your Skyblock credentials, maybe?
Yeah, I'm Boofy. Been playing since around June of 2019. Pretty old player, about 5-6 years now, and just kind of been around. Friends with Dustreak, Sealman, all the old people in BK. So yeah, that's basically me.
All right, Boofy. Well, thank you for coming on to stream to share your opinion today. What do you have to share with the class about the attribute refund?
Yeah, so I mean, basically what I was thinking is that they kind of just have to shift like the approach that they're taking towards it because at the end of the day, like people are upset that the items that they have and they grinded for are going to be
Okay, good. Thank you,
overall
Abuko.
like considered useless because it's just going to be the same base piece for everything, right? So I
Right.
don't know if there's a system where they could turn the attributes that are previously on the piece into, I don't know, say like a stat modifier towards a certain attribute or whatnot, but some sort of system where it's basically changing from refunding because you're never going to be able to compensate everyone equally. You have to make the item itself actually still kind of useful based on what was already existing. So I don't know, like the one thing I can think of is like a dungeon like item where it's got like a base stat boost or whatever. I mean, I don't know if
Right.
this would be good, but that's basically the approach that I have on that.
Yeah. So what exactly are you proposing? You're saying that. Well, I guess you're just saying that they should think of something else that compensates you not only for the attributes but for also the piece that you have.
Yeah, because like think about like the fishing gear, for example. Like you shouldn't be having Magma Lord armor attributes be the same weight per se
Right.
as like
Right.
the lava mob armor. So like maybe
Right.
that instead of it changing into like an actual attribute itself based on the role, it then modifies like I don't know the magic find or sea creature chance or gives some sort of boost specifically on that armor. So that way you're still going to want to use the Magma Lord armor. You're not going to be using the magma mob armor instead. So just some way to like maintain that viability or
So-
usefulness of that item.
Well, the items are still gonna be useful. It's just I do agree they shouldn't be rewarding like hoarding the old like mob armor. But like I'm confused by what you're proposing. Like, are you proposing the attributes apply a stat modifier to the armor piece still?
Yeah, so like instead of like changing like the actual attributes itself, like you just remove those and then those god rolls or whatever, like how there was two attributes on a piece, then instead of that you get like a modifier instead, basically.
Oh, okay. So would you want them to add like these types of modifiers on everything else in the game? For example,
Well, like anything that had like attributes existing on it, because like you weren't using like say the dungeon equipment that you could master star or whatever, like the shadow assassin cloak. You were still using stuff like that because it was best in slot for whatever you're using that for.
So
But then occasionally you would swap in like those other armors that are useful in other aspects of the game.
wouldn't this still run into the issue where there's certain things with attributes that are just better to use because of their attributes? Like that's kind of the current issue right now is like generally pieces of equipment that have attributes on them outclass every like especially outside of dungeons. Pieces of equipment without attributes on them don't even compare to the shittiest piece of equipment with attributes on them. So
Yeah, but
that
what
would
are you
still
using that doesn't have attributes outside of dungeons?
well, right now, nothing, because that's how shitty the rest of the equipment is. But if you're saying your proposed change would be introducing something that replaces attributes but still gives stats similar to how attributes gave on pieces that attributes gave it on, then it would run into the same issue where possibly like some items with attributes would just be like better everywhere, if that makes sense, especially if it's easier to level up that stat the same way like a glowstone gauntlet could be done.
Right. Yeah, and that's I guess that is true. I didn't really think of exactly like a certain system exactly that would work, but I mean, just some sort of at least compensation in that form to kind of maintain the items being useful in a way.
Yeah, well, like for the example of we talked about earlier of like I have like 5 different Kudra sets, 2 Aurora, 2 Crimson, and 1 Terror. Like I won't have a use for. I might have a use for one of the Crimson sets if I put on Have Tactics on one and Legion on the other, but realistically, both Aurora sets aren't going to be that useful to me, and I think they should add a way to get a full refund on at least the essence portion. Like, aside from the attributes, assuming they refund the attributes in a good way, I would want to also be able to refund, at least temporarily, the Kudra sets, right? Especially
right, because if you made one like infernal or 2 infernal sets or whatever, that's a lot of essence and money and heavy pearls and whatnot. So yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that would definitely be important because I think I've got a few sets as well.
Oh yeah. Even normal profiles, and I don't know like how soul bounding works on normal profiles, but like even normal profiles, if you have multiple sets that are soulbound, then I mean you still can't sell them. So like it's not like that's.
Well, yeah, because if you start them back in the day, then it automatically soulbound. So I don't know if people were caring when they put them in the museum or whatnot.
Did those stars not get removed when?
No, they did. If they weren't museumed or anything, I believe it's still unsoulbound. So you could sell it on a normal profile and recoup some of those losses, but. The end of the day, still, yeah, it's like everything's gonna kind of tank in price because everyone's dumping off an extra set or whatever. But
so, do you think a way to quantify the refund would be better off being done based on auction house averages rather than the current system?
Yeah, because I mean, there's already systems in place where like the Discord bot, like in Kudra Gang, where you could run the attribute prices and gather those quickly. Like those already exist, and they could easily be used to.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't even base solely off of that, but like, I mean, just piece to piece, it's different to get higher level attributes. So like, for example,
you can combine a bunch of Ramparts armor.
Right, like getting Veteran 10 on a Molten Bracelet is harder than getting Veteran 10 on a Manipool chestplate, but that's harder than getting Manipool 10 on a like Veteran or whatever on a Glowstone Gauntlet. So like. And like even like throwing in like Blaze Belt, like different items have different levels of how hard it would be to level up the attribute, and I think that basing it off of the auction house would probably be the most reasonable way they could properly quantify everything without going through it one by one. Not even that I think going through it one by one would be a good solution, because it would still have its inaccuracies if it's done by a human. So.
Yeah, you could just group them by where they're sourced from. So like the Kudra armor pieces could be specific to like a certain pricing or whatever based off the, I don't know, the tier 5 price. Because
I mean, they could just all be sourced by the auction house, realistically. Like,
yeah, but then again, also you should look at like the Vanquished equipment. Like I think Gas Cloak is probably honestly impossible to even grind at this point because the gas spawns are so messed up in the Nether. Like you're never going to be able to actually do anything, so you gotta basically use the shard price for that, for the tier 4 shards. Something like that for certain equipment pieces like that could be useful, but then Magma Lord or the Magma Rods, like that also, that would have to be different than the Hellfire Rods or whatever. Because you had to I don't know.
Yeah, like
I don't even think you should be considering those like god rolls and giving feathers, because they're 500k to craft.
I agree. That's why I think the auction house is the best way to quantify, because there's items like the rods where getting a god roll on a Hellfire Rod is not really tied to any sort of luck, rather than having the Magma Fish to upgrade it to a Hellfire Rod, rather than getting lucky for a Hellfire Rod, because you're essentially guaranteed to get a god roll. If you craft like a chest of rods, you're gonna have at least one that you want. And then you just have
at least one. Yeah, at least one. Yeah, you get like probably half the chest is actually useful attributes that you would combine. So I mean, all it really takes is kind of just grouping those by how hard they are to like actually grind and get, and then adjust the refund or whatever accordingly.
Right.
But at the end of the day, that takes little human input and manual adjusting. And I feel like I don't know, just the approach that they've taken by being kind of mysterious with how they're approaching it and what they plan to change is just not the right way to handle it. Because right now you got people all in another grinding Rampart gear, investing in the Magma Rods, like all the god rolls have basically like halved in price. Like people are panic selling or whatnot, or investing.
Like,
and it's not even out yet. They might change it next week. They might change it tomorrow.
Like
and then all those people are gonna be pissed off.
I do think they do need to change it, so there's no way to game the system like that. You shouldn't be rewarded if you took action off of info on alpha and crafted a shit ton of double hook 1, fishing speed 1, inferno rods. You shouldn't be rewarded for doing that. And honestly, if you did that because of the alpha, it's too bad. Like I don't know what else to tell you. It's too bad. It's on the alpha, so they could tweak it. Like that's too bad.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, like, also, who are they taking the advice from? Like, is it the nerds members? Like, I mean, not to be mean or
they gotta be
anything, but, like,
taking
I
it
feel
from
like
me.
they don't-
Apparently, they gotta be taking it from me.
Yeah, are they taking it from all the Iron Man players who are up in arms and upset?
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to get a lot of people on here, so
Yeah,
just trying to
I
hear a
get that.
lot of opinions.
That's fair.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Boofy, for coming on to the stream. Thank you very much.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, thanks for having me on.
All right, have a good rest of your day. Take care.
Yeah, you too.
Bye-bye. Oh, Pat. Candy Pat, well-known YouTuber. Max Skyblock XP player. Creative mode profile. Candy Pat is coming to the stage. Hello, welcome Candy Pat.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I wanted to talk about this like immediately because I don't know if a lot of people know this, but the amount of attributes you need in the update is a metric fuck ton. For example, the life regen attribute, the equivalent of it in the the foraging update is called shiny fish, and you need 8,600 of them to like with everything like the combining or whatever. So you need a fuck ton of these attributes, and the fact that they're not fully refunding, like, let's say veteran 10 not giving 500 back is insane to me. I mean that's like
because if you have 500 veteran shards, you still won't be able to max the update. Is that what you're saying?
No, you need so many. You need a lot more than that. Because like some of them,
honestly, I haven't looked at that into a deep extent, but I'll take your word for it. Like,
because like some of them you need, let's say 5 veteran and then like 2 of another one to only make 1 of the other attributes, and then some attributes you need like 60 to get level 10 on.
Right.
So that's just a clusterfuck.
Guys, if Dick9 wants to join, he could join.
I just don't think that they should cheap out on that. I think they should just give those fully back. Worst case, you just sell them. If you're an Iron Man, you probably won't have that.
Give what fully back? Sorry.
The attributes. I genuinely don't think.
Oh,
for, like,
right.
99% of your attributes will get used, whether that's combining or whatever. Like, yeah.
I'll just go over the proposed situation from earlier.
Yeah.
Thoughts on quantifying the value of the refund based off auction house history? It wouldn't be just like based on shard. It would be based on. It would just be based off like every item basically. But like shards will have like a good factor into that because some items you can only do by shards. But yeah.
I don't even want to like give an input on that because I am a full believer that they should not even refund when it comes to Oh wait, you're talking about God roll, yeah?
Not even just God roll, but like quantifying the refund of everything. I think should be quantified based off the auction house history. It's probably the most reasonable way they could do it.
Well, how'd that work then? Like, let's say a veteran 10 equipment piece and armor piece. Are they giving the same amount or no?
Well, it depends what that specific piece is going for and has historically gone for on the auction house. Like, it kind of takes into account on its own the source of certain things, right? Like, getting a glowstone, a veteran 10 glowstone gauntlet is a lot easier than getting a veteran 10 molten necklace, right? And the auction house will show that. Because, I mean, they're just going to be different prices.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, where do you go with that information, though? Let's say that, like, that's the biggest thing. What do you do with that information?
Honestly, I'm not entirely sure, but...
Because it doesn't really make sense. Like, sure, you could figure out that a veteran 4 shard is 2 times more expensive,
But what do you do with that information?
Well,
'Cause
that's how
then-
they're gonna refund that same value to the players. Is what that information's for.
I feel like that value shouldn't even like matter, and I feel like we just go.
Well,
based
well
off of
they're
the
they're
general
already
idea.
doing some sort of value based off of like their feathers, but I think the feathers are very controversial.
I think
and a
those
lot
are
of people
two
don't
different
agree
types
with
of
them.
things. I think
so?
the attributes and the god rolls are just two different like categories. The god rolls, first of all, bullshit idea, should not be refunded. I will die with that idea. They never mentioned they would even like. That was not like something they mentioned. They said they would refund attributes, not specific god rolls or anything. So I don't believe that. And
I don't know
I
about
mean,
that
like-
because they're valued like an RNG drop. They basically are an RNG drop because I mean
Says to who?
it's
It says who?
says the
player
chance you
base.
drop it out of the chest. They are like RNG drops.
Okay, but so is Blazing Resistance Veteran. That could also be like they all have technically the same drop.
I
It's not like
see
Magic
where you're
Diamonds.
going, but like practically, I just disagree with that because like those things people don't want, which is why going off of the auction house prices is like the market decides. Like the auction house doesn't lie, at least for the most part. There might be some like outliers, but like I think it's probably the best way they could do it. Rather, they could do that, or they could go item by item. So I mean, it's up to them at that point. But for them to blanket throw like every piece of veteran one as the same value and even more valuable than if you would combine a bunch of veteran ones to a 10, I think that's what they're doing currently is just like not good.
I
Oh,
think the
feature.
issue is that I think people need to just accept that you're gonna get fucked over in some way or another. Like they made that statement like 2 years ago. What they probably had planned could be completely different. So it's like I feel like for example, one of the things that like didn't even like affect anyone at the time was Infernal Minions when they made like Apexes, Vertexes so much easier to get. The people that had like all the expensive shit, you didn't hear anything about it because it was such like.
I
It was a few
agree, but
people,
again, that's different
and-
because they never said they
Not
weren't
really.
gonna change it, and they never said they weren't
Same
going
with
to
God
give
rolls
it.
though, like same with God
Th-
rolls.
They
God
said
rolls
they're
are
gonna
big
give
enough
a
are-
fair refund, which I mean I would deem that unfair.
I this is where I'm going back again. I just think that statement's so old. I feel like some people just have to forgive it.
I completely disagree with calling that statement too old, because
That's
I just
mean,
disagree.
I
If
don't
we
know.
could just disagree on that.
I
If
think
we
have to,
disagree,
but-
we disagree. But they said that they never said they've changed their mind on it. They're only
way-
showing they've changed their mind on it up to now, and it might not be intentional, which is why I'm having this stream to potentially change their mind.
The way it, like if you have to go out of your way and add some bullshit like feathers
Minecraft, do
or
you want to
whatever,
come on too?
I feel like that's when you know like you're stretching it and it's like you can give the refund, sure, but like how? Like there's no reasonable way to give it.
It
if you're
is
fully
definitely
abolishing the system
hard
it's been built
to
on.
refund it, but I know feathers as they exist right now. I don't agree with at least with especially with how they're assigning the feathers. I don't like it.
I think that I mean obviously I haven't put like that much thought into it, but I don't think there's a reasonable way. Like I just think they fucked themselves over. They fully like I'm also gonna talk about a little bit about Kudra, how they just fully abolish like how do you make Kudra playable in any like other way than Essence? I don't know if they really thought that through at all. They just kind of
I
removed the
don't
main
know.
thing about it.
Honestly, I've thought Kudra has been dog shit anyway, so yeah.
Well, I mean,
don't-
think
don't
it's
know.
dog shit if you want, but like the more the thing is, there's no reason to play it now. They got rid of the main like grab of it. And the thing is, like people were saying, oh, the feathers need to exist for people to want to play it. Well, no, that's like not that's for like not really. What you're gonna go play Kudra to advance in other parts of the game? That's just
I mean,
such a
you
weird
could
idea.
if it's worth your time. It very well could be.
Okay, to the guy in chat, yeah, sure, you could get Kraken shards, but that's one shard. You're getting one shard out of a big bot like that.
I mean,
That's
honestly,
not like
I
you're
don't even
removing a
want
mob.
to talk about what effect it will have on the
Yeah.
playability of Kudra rather than the refund itself.
I mean, I just saw that mentioned earlier. I'm like, that's just
Right.
insane to say that feathers would be.
Yeah,
the reason
I
why.
don't disagree that them removing attributes will bring into question if people want to play Kudra or not, and if the feather is enough to bring people in, and if the feather even should be in.
Yeah.
I guess we could talk about if the feather should be in Kudra. I don't think the feather should be.
No. The
No,
feather
no.
shouldn't exist. That's my take. It's so stupid. Like, again, like let's say it is added, and the way like nothing changes from alpha, people will consider doing Kudra over like nucleus runs. Let's say you're an Iron Man. I think it's
Maz,
like
tell
fair
him I
to say
messaged him
you
on
would do
Discord.
Kudra instead of nucleus runs. Maybe. I maybe not Kudra, but like, let's say die hunting especially. Like, I
Yeah.
think there is some cases where Kudra would be better
Okay, but
if you did it.
even
for the RNG.
assuming they balanced everything equally, where it wouldn't make sense to grind Kudra for these feathers, would you be okay with feathers being in if it was all balanced and it was never worth it to go grind Kudra rather than grinding for the like an alloy or whatever?
Do you mean like no matter what I like the in the situation?
Would you be okay with feathers if it was never better to grind Kudra for feathers for a grind rather than doing the actual grind itself? Would that make you okay with feathers?
I still no. I'm not gonna lie.
I
I don't.
agree.
Maybe.
I agree.
I just think they should be like a given thing, like just for this like situation. Like if there's a situation where we had to live with feathers in the game and they needed to be implemented, they should add them, but they should soul bind them. The idea of buying them, soul binding it, just like it's kind of okay because you could put it into stuff that you might want if you're a normal player. You just cash out handles or whatever. But the idea that it's so weird that it could be put into the game like that. And what Middle was talking about earlier with the different prices, like sure you could put it into an overflux, but you're only getting 15 mil per feather. But then you could put into an alloy and get 25 mil a feather. How does
Right.
that affect pricing? Because there's always gonna be a common ground of like whatever a feather can boost, it's gonna
It's
price
gonna be
is
like
gonna
kind of
relate
like
to the feather.
bits in a way where you just
Yeah.
cash out whatever is the best for per
Exactly.
bit.
And then it's
Thoughts
just
on what Fearless said of being able to only redeem a feather up to a certain amount of the meter?
I don't know if it was mentioned, but I mean, people in chat were talking about it. Like, how are you gonna implement that? You go on Jade Die, put 3 million in, and then you just go back to Alloy and redeem 3 alloys. So.
Right. Yeah, I guess
I-
that's something that would be overlooked, but
And there's no way to get around that feature because, like, yeah, there's just no way. You would have to add a way
right.
to lock.
Yeah,
the RNG
actually,
against some
you're
shit.
right, because that wouldn't make sense, because it would always be tied to the highest ticket item in the meter. So
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's just something to think about, but
I like thought about it. I thought about it. For
assuming
a
you
second,
could
like,
tie
maybe.
your assuming it locks your meter onto an item when you apply it, would you agree with that?
I don't still know, and it's also like if we're talking about it being soulbound still, like if an update comes out and there's like let's say new Slayer drops and it goes into RNG meter, that is just so fucked.
Okay, what if they didn't let it go into future RNG meters? Or yeah, what if they didn't let it go into future RNG meters? Then what?
That at that
Then would you
point
agree
you're
with
stretching it. You're just stretching the item so far to where it's like, why are you
Yeah.
adding this to the game?
I
If you need
I
to
just
make
don't
rules and
think feathers
regulations
are
for this
good.
shit, no. And I
Okay.
also honestly, I don't know who mentioned this, but somebody said how they should make like a 3-month period or something where like you could only transfer out god rolls into items or whatever. Like let's say feathers in the situation. I think that's perfectly fine. Like if they gave like a
I don't
grace
agree.
period. Because again, I think it's bullshit. If they're gonna like add some way, I feel like they might as well like add some type of like, oh, log on within the first week. Or you're not
If
getting
that's the solution, I think they should come up with the better solutions. I don't even like feathers to begin with, but I mean, I could reasonably see someone not playing for 3 months and then coming back and they just get fucked. Like,
Well, then
like,
you
then
get
what?
fucked. That's just. Like,
I
who
don't agree
cares?
with that.
It's the world we live in. Like.
It doesn't have to be, is the point. It's on alpha. It doesn't have to be. But
Well, yeah,
I wouldn't
but
agree
then-
with them adding that ever.
I mean, I'm just hard stuck into my opinion where they should not add some type of like. If it was up to me on the admin team, I would fully be like, sure, give like some of like give the attributes back, but that's it. Why would you even offer a play like? Realistically, because people expected their attributes back, sure, but if they never gave an option for God roll, I don't think there'd be that many people bitching about it. But now that they mentioned it, and now that they gave the idea of what they would refund, now it's gonna be like shit, and now they should add something for this. So, I don't know. Maybe that's just my opinion. Maybe people were expecting it, but I personally was not expecting anything. So.
I think it was very reasonable for people to expect a valid refund. I think it's not unreasonable to think that because they said that's what they're gonna do. Otherwise, why the hell would I do any of the new content? I'll just sit around waiting, right?
I mean, again, like, I don't know the exact wording of what they said, but technically,
well, the point
God
of
rolls
them,
were never...
the point of them saying that is basically them saying like, "Hey, it's okay. Like, we know it's gonna be changed, but don't worry. Don't stop playing it. Don't go sell all your shit right now.
Yeah,
because we're gonna handle it properly, which they just haven't done. So I don't think that's okay.
I think the admins need to just stop talking. Well, they really should have just never like gave talk about it, like attributes or anything, and just let this happen.
I do
been
think
perfect.
they should have told everyone 2 years ago or whenever they said they should have told everyone you're getting fucked. But it would actually be
Either
messed
or.
up if they did that now. I think that would be really messed up.
Why would it be messed up? I think it would be perfect. Like
Because they said otherwise in the past. That's why it would be messed up. If they said that back then, at least I mean, people did have attributes. They would have been fucked, but way more people have attributes now than had back then, right?
But you also can't tell people they're just gonna get fucked.
Why?
Then...
Well, that's what they're doing now, essentially.
Well, yeah, but now it's like probably 2 weeks from the update. If you gave it 2 years ago, where I mean, Kudra's only like a year old, like not even like 2 years ago, Kudra was like half a year old. You're pretty much eliminating that whole part of the game.
Then so be it. Then absolutely so be it. If no one wants to play content because they know they're gonna get fucked for playing that content, why would they do that?
Well, don't play a game that's in beta if you don't expect to get fucked.
Facts,
There you go.
Facts.
There you go.
Guys, if all the fire sales would have sold out, this shit wouldn't have
Honestly,
happened.
maybe.
Like, it's because the fire sales aren't selling out, the servers are laggy, and they don't have enough devs to think of a refund. So, like, what do you guys expect? If you're not selling out the fire sales, like, don't complain, guys. Don't complain. If your fame rank is under, if your fame rank's under 30 million, I don't want to hear it, guys. You're contributing to the downfall of the server. Like, at the end of the day, you're a leech. You're a leech. No, okay. All right. Well, thank you, Candy Pat, for sharing your opinion. Is there anything else you think we didn't cover before we go to the next guest?
I think that should be it.
I appreciate it. Have a
Fun.
good rest of your day.
Yeah.
Bye-bye. Yeah, before anyone cries, I was joking about the fire sale thing and the bits, but yeah. Okay, we are getting Future 77 on. Hello, welcome Future 77 to the live stream.
Yo, what's good, bro?
What's up? What's up? It's going good. We're getting a lot of different opinions, hearing a lot of opinions.
Yeah.
Trying to come up with possible solutions for what they could do about the attribute refund. You are one of the people on the server who has played the most Kudra. Like, do you know what you are for Infernal Run completion?
Number
rank?
1.
You are number 1, Mr. Kudra. Mr. Kudra himself. So I think you'll have a lot to say about it. What What do you think about the current refund that is proposed on Alpha as it exists right now?
I'm not a fan. I'll say that. Not a
fan.
Not a huge fan of it. No. Like I think it could have been way worse. Like they could have completely crashed the economy. But like I see the direction they're going. I see like what they're trying to do. But I just don't think it's gonna work. You know what I mean?
Right. I agree. Do you? I don't know how you've probably just tuned into the stream, so you haven't really heard a lot of the opinions, which is kind of a good thing because we could ask you, what do you think they should do instead? And then I will tell you afterwards what a lot of people agreed on would be at least the start of a better solution of what they should do. So what do you think they should do?
I haven't really, to be honest, I haven't really put much thought into it. I've been out of town the past few days,
fair.
so I don't really know. All I know is, rest in peace to my net worth. That's about all I've been focusing on. But like,
whoa, that doesn't have to happen though, right? Don't jump to conclusions. We could change things. They could try to make it right.
That's what I'm saying, bro. We gotta change it, bro. Something's gotta happen, you know.
What are your thoughts on the existence of feathers? So them being able to be dropped from Kudra, as well as, I mean, just what they are and what you can use them for. What are your thoughts just about feathers?
I kind of like the idea of them being able to be dropped from Kudra. I feel like it just adds an extra, like an extra dropped Kudra to at least make Kudra a little bit more money than what it makes on Alpha currently. But the overall like existence of them, I'm not a big fan. Not a big fan.
I agree.
I also think that like the way that they're deciding how many feathers to give for like what pieces is like a little bit off. A little bit off.
Right.
I mean, I'm not gonna say what pieces, but I have a friend who's I don't want to like trash the market or anything, but like
you have someone with a lot of Godroll Hollow or something.
Oh yeah, like a lot of Godroll equipment and everything.
Yeah. Fusion Play, thanks for the prime.
He's about to make billions, bro, if it actually goes through. Like.
Yeah. Well, I think here's one of the solutions proposed by Derailious is. Instead of getting feathers as a refund for god rolls, they should add an RNG drop that is just as rare as god rolls, and they should add it to Kudra, and that's what you should get refunded instead of a god roll. And what it would do, it would be really rare, and it basically ups your max attribute level by 1.
That's actually a great idea. That's actually a really good idea.
Yeah, I think that's at least a good thing for them to think about. Now, like, I'm not saying it's impossible to think of better solutions, but that's at least a good place to think about.
It's definitely better than the Anarchy feathers, that's for sure.
Yeah, and then something 30virus proposed, and that most people agreed on, is a better way for them to think or to quantify the amount that they should be refunding you. Shouldn't necessarily be based off of like per piece, but it should just be based off of the auction history of whatever you're getting refunded for. So the auction house would it would account for getting high level attributes on different pieces of equipment, which attribute it is on what. Like the auction house history would account for all of this, right?
Yeah.
Because something we talked about a lot is like, for example, it's a lot easier getting mana pool 10 on a glowstone gauntlet than it is to get it on a implosion belt, for example, like that type of thing. So the auction house history might be a better way to quantify at least the amount of value that they need to refund.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
We haven't fully figured out a way of how they're going to refund this value. Like, we're not saying it should necessarily be in pure coins, but that they would at least have a coin amount that they need to hit for the refunds, because things that aren't considered god rolls are getting undercompensated for. So for example, if you had a Breeze mana pool set that's not considered god roll. So even if you're getting, even if you had it 10-10, you're getting the same amount as on a glowstone gauntlet that was 10-10. And another issue. Wait, hold on. Sorry, Buko. Another issue we talked about is how the attribute levels don't scale accordingly to how many attributes it would actually take to make the piece. So for example, making a level 10 from level 1s takes 512, but you're not getting 512 back.
Yeah, I noticed that. That's
which
a little bit...
I disagree with. I disagree with
yeah.
because that's just not proportional to the effort. Like, it shouldn't be like that. So for example, if you kept a chest with 512 mana pool glowstone gauntlets, you would be rewarded. Do you know how much a 10 refunds on the alpha, a level 10 attribute? Either way, 32 or
I mean, not 32. Yeah, the whatever.
Anything, whatever. Even like say a level 10 refunds on alpha, 128. That would only be a quarter of what you would have been refunded if you never combined all of the glowstone gauntlets to level 10.
Does it actually only refund 128? I've been out of town.
That's what people in chat are saying, so I'll take their word for it. But
yeah, that's
I don't. I think the scaling should be proportionate all the way through.
Yeah, definitely. Also, I have a problem with the armor versus equipment because they're treating them both the exact same.
Right,
like,
right.
You know,
they really need to. They need to differentiate like all the different types of items, which they haven't really done.
A 10-10 armor piece is a whole lot different than a 10-10 equipment piece.
Right.
The 10-10 equipment, you know, I mean, depending on what, if it's a glowstone gauntlet, then like, yeah, no, but like, you know, like a lifeline mana pool 10-10 molten belt is gonna be way more than a lifeline mana pool 10-10 terror leggings or something, you know?
Right. Because like equipment, like especially the equipment you can't craft, you have to do by shards, essentially.
Yeah.
So that is another issue in itself, but yeah, so there's just a lot they have to do. So kind of the best solution is like the average auction house pricing, like X amount of time up to when the alpha opened and everyone found out about all this stuff. And we also don't think you should be able to game the system and like go grind out a bunch of rampart armor and take that into alpha and salvage that for like you shouldn't be able to game the system like that at all. Like another thing people have talked about is crafting rods, because you get feathers back for like inferno rods or hellfire rods if they're like considered god roll, but those aren't valued because of the god roll. They're valued because of the high level attributes, since the god roll isn't like actually what's rare. I do think they still should be an opportunity to refund rods, since I mean some people have 2 rods.
Yeah, I think so.
It's just these are all things they need to account for, which I don't think they're properly doing at the moment.
No, definitely not. I also, you know, Magma Lord has been on my mind recently. You know, I don't know if you saw it, but about like a week and 2 weeks ago at this point probably, I got 2 10-10 Magma Lord sets, like Hypermax fishing setup.
Oh, wait, what are the 2 you got?
Blazing Fortune Fishing XP and Blazing Fortune Magic Find.
Right.
And so, yeah. And
yeah, those should not be the same value as like a good pair of slug boots. Those should be.
Yeah, it's like way more, bro. The Blazing Fortune Magic Find right now in AH I think is like 500 to 600 mil per piece. So yeah, I don't think it should be. I don't think it should even be close to like slug boots, you know.
Yeah, like everything. That's why I think the auction house would be the best way to quantify the refunds, because there's definitely just shit like that. So yeah.
I also think that this is kind of a little bit off topic, but Aurora definitely needs a little bit of a buff. if
Yeah.
we're doing this attribute update.
Yeah, we haven't really talked about the rest of it. We're mainly focused on the refund part of the update, but
Yeah.
I would agree. There's like a lot of reasons to wear Hollow over Aurora now. Like,
Yeah, and it's,
Yeah.
I mean, Storm is not that far off Aurora. My 15-star Infernal Aurora is only, I think it was like 150 mana better than a Storm set, or like 200 mana better. It's like, that's not a whole lot, you know? An Infernal
Yeah.
set of a full set of Infernal Aurora is like just barely better than Storm, so it's, they definitely need to add, what I thought just for Aurora is to add a passive that like makes the mana attribute, while you're wearing the armor set, makes the mana attributes, you know, work 15% more effectively, or you know, whatever.
yeah. Honestly, I don't want to go into what specific, because there's just a lot of stuff where the balancing of it
Yeah,
has changed.
definitely.
Like, we're losing a lot of veteran, like a lot of vitality. We're getting more damage apparently, and like I'm just not gonna go over today. The main reason why I'm having this stream is because I want to get opinions about the refund, because the refund,
Yeah,
once
for
it
sure.
happens, is irreversible compared to
Yeah.
they could adjust the like whatever on whatever armor at any time rather
Of course,
than
yeah.
oh, like imagine if the attribute refund dropped as is and we're just like, well, what the hell, like I guess we're just screwed.
We're just cooked. Yeah, it's over. I like the idea that you said Derailious had. I think that's a good idea.
Right. Yeah, it's even if that's not what they decide for, it's something to consider, and it's like a good starting point of like
Yeah.
a way to think about what they want to do.
And also, I just found it weird with how, like, for instance, you know, I think it was like alloys were, or handles were, one of those were like the best per feather, you know,
Right.
people figured out. I just found it weird how one is like better over another, you know? Like, how this is not balanced at all, because then one market's going to crash, then you're just going to go crash a whole nother market, and you're just going to keep going through all them and just keep crashing every single item.
Yeah,
you know?
like I just don't like the existence of feathers at all.
No, definitely
like,
not.
They need a different form of compensation than doing meter boosts.
Yeah, no, it's not, definitely not the greatest idea, you know.
Yeah.
I was always telling like everybody, the foraging update comes out, I'm like, I don't, the foraging update, you know, it could be good, it could be great, it could be bad, whatever. I'm more worried about this compensation, because I don't know how they're gonna properly compensate, and I don't think they've definitely not achieved proper compensation so far, you know.
Yeah, it's definitely my, like we even talked about. I said, like, honestly, I haven't looked that much into the rest of the content on the update, but I don't actually care that much right now. I care about the refund. Like, they need to do the refund properly, because they can't change their minds if they release it. They have to get it right.
Yeah, for sure. I also liked a lot of the ideas you had that you the other day when you sent that message the other day.
Oh,
was it like 2 days ago? Yeah.
Honestly, I don't even remember what I said in there, but I feel like I covered a lot of it.
Yeah, you
on the
did.
stream, so yeah. There's just like some things they're overlooking or not considering that they need to look over again.
For sure, I agree. I think they just need to, like I said, I like Derailious' idea. I think they need to just find a better system. I don't think this is the one at all. It's also, like, price-wise, a lot of these things are just way disproportionate, which really annoys me. Like,
Yeah.
you know, with
Like,
the Rampart, and then with the Magma Lord,
Yeah.
and then, you know, it's all way disproportionate to, you know, how much you should actually get back from it, you know?
Right. Yeah, the main issue is they said they were going to compensate everyone fairly for playing that new content, and that is not what's happening. That's the main issue. At the end of the day, we are not getting fairly compensated for our attributes. And I would argue some people are getting overcompensated for their attributes at the same time.
I think so, yeah.
Like, if you have a lot of god rolls, then you might be getting overcompensated. But if you don't have like basically anything that's a god roll is getting overcompensation, and then anything that's not a god roll, you're basically getting nothing for it. Is ultimately how it boils down to. Which, I mean, that sucks. So I don't. That's just not good.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I think like what was it? I was like Lifeline Mana Pool equipment, like molten equipment the other day was 40 mil or something, and it's out here giving like 4 feathers or something crazy like that, and that just doesn't make sense to me. Why that should give so much, and then some like Crimson gives 6, and it's just completely.
Banana, I've looked at Fusion.
I think
Yeah.
it's just all completely off, and definitely needs to be reworked completely.
Yeah, I mean, until someone could propose a better solution than basing it off of the auction history, then I think that's the best way I've heard so far. Like, I don't know how they could quantify a refund. Like, we do understand that there are some Iron Men who are going to get owned by that, because like things like the Vanquished equipment set are a lot harder to get on Iron Man than on normal profiles, just because of the price differences of items.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's just someone's getting screwed either way. If it's like the few Iron Men that have that equipment set, then so be it. Unfortunately for them.
I mean, to be honest, whatever happens, the whole idea of like changing attributes is like, everyone's gonna lose a little bit regardless. But if they could just keep that loss down to like a minimum,
Right.
Because right now, it's not looking so great for Future 77. I gotta say.
Yeah, it is. It's not looking great for a lot. It's honestly not looking great for a lot of people. Like
I have.
There's a lot of people with attributes who don't have god rolls who have still invested a lot into their attributes. Like,
I mean, I got about 1,000 double chests of Kudra loot.
Are you serious? Oh my god!
I'm dead serious. I started putting loot in droppers and dispensers on my island and hoppers because I ran out of chests. So
that is just sickening. Yeah, you are getting actually rinsed, because most of that shit is not god roll. You're like, that stuff is gonna be valued as like a few double chests of glowstone gauntlets. Like that shit might as well just be a chest of glowstone gauntlets.
Yeah, exactly. Like I'm gonna get 2 coins back. GG, bro.
Yeah, that's just not how. They need to do something. Well, whatever they can't do this. They need to do something else.
I think I like the auction house idea. I think that's at least like, I mean, I've heard a couple other ways people were talking about in my Discord server about and stuff.
Oh, really?
That's
like,
definitely the best.
What else have you heard? Like, I'm curious of other proposed ideas.
Like some people were talking about just changing the attributes like on the armor in a way to buff what attributes you have. It was really weird. It was a full explanation. I didn't really like it, but it was an interesting idea, and so just stuff like that,
That's something that someone brought up who was on here earlier, but I mentioned that an issue with that is like, for example, if it's like basically attributes that aren't attributes, some things might still have the same issue attributes have, where like, for example, the glowstone gauntlet, it's easy to get the attributes really high on. So if that still might be better than a lot of equipment because of that new proposed system, but yeah.
I also thought this is proposition. It's probably not that great of an idea, but I was thinking, what if you could keep the attributes on just Kudra armors? I think that would help a lot in like refunding everyone, because you would still like Crimson Terror, Aurora, and things like that. That would fix the Aurora problem. Aurora would still be better,
Well, they're still gonna have to refund everything that's not the Kudra armor, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They would still have to find a way to refund that, but I'm just saying, I think since a lot of god rolls are all just Crimson Terror, Aurora, that would definitely help a bit in refunding everything. I think.
They
But-
have to think of something.
For
So,
sure, yeah.
Yeah. I think most people agree that the compensation they're giving is not right. Like,
No,
it's just
not at all.
It's
Yeah.
not right. So, hopefully, J Varman was in the stream earlier, so I'll probably send him a summary of what everyone said, and then hopefully we see some change for the better.
Hopefully.
Um,
I
yeah.
spent every single last organ that I have on my Cooter sets, so you know, hopefully, yeah.
You're the one. You're one of the top people on the hot seat. Because it's not
Of
like you
course,
have a
bro.
bunch of god rolls, you have a bunch of chests of random shit, and it's going to
Yeah.
vary a lot how they refund it,
Like,
depending on how they do. So
Yeah, I mean, I have god rolls, like I'll get money back, but for the most part, I got almost 100 bill worth of just loot in chests, you know. So, yeah. I hope they do something for sure.
all right. Do you have anything else you think should be addressed regarding the attribute updates before
Nothing, that's about it.
Alrighty. Well, thank you for sharing your opinion. Thank you for joining the stream, Future.
Thank you for having me.
Alrighty. Have a good rest of your night.
You too. Have a good stream, bro.
Bye bye. Thank you. Peace.
See ya.
All right. Honestly, I'm getting tired, but I think we covered a lot of opinions, unless someone in chat thinks they have an opinion that hasn't been heard yet. But honestly, I don't think Maz, we're not getting you on. You blew it. You blew it. If you have an opinion you think would be worth hearing, type it in chat. But honestly, I think we're probably good. They should limit each player to 20 items they can salvage attribute items and give 20 more per 100 Skyblock level. No, that's not good. What about the people with more items than that? It's about Hollow. It's short and sweet. Okay, definitely not, Maz. Definitely not. What's the most logical solution someone came up with so far? The best solution I've heard is probably refunding quantifying the refund based on value off of auction history from a certain point up to when the update was introduced onto alpha. And then we just don't like feathers. The general consensus of most people I've talked to today is they don't like feathers. They think it's a very band-aid solution and it's not good. Especially since they're like picking what has god rolls on it rather than assessing the market value of the item. So they need to quantify the refund, and then the refund needs to be returned, and something that was deemed equivalent to god rolls at least was something Derailious brought up, where it's like a way to raise your max attribute level by 1, which would be a rare Kudra drop, similar to the rarity of a god roll from Kudra. So I think that's probably a summary of the best solution that I've heard, and it's somewhat reasonable, I would say. I don't think that's something that the admins wouldn't be able to execute on. Yeah. There's no good way to do it. It's definitely a hard thing to do, for sure. Again, like even the thing Derailious proposed, it would have to be like quite the rare drop for people to actually give a shit about it. But there are a lot of attributes in the game in the future, so it's possible it's something that a lot of people will need, especially if they make that type of thing give Skyblock XP. Even if it's per attribute and it's a per rare drop, like maybe the refunds refund multiple of these tokens, or maybe the Kudra drops multiple of these tokens. Like they could like tweak the numbers that way. But that's definitely some of the better ideas I've heard. Replace feathers with stonk of stonk. See, Maz, this is why you were not allowed to speak. Lummy and Nerds and all balanced it. I feel like everyone in Nerds said that, and look what happened. I actually am very curious of how Nerds operates, because, like, did everyone in Nerds sign off on this and say you guys cooked? Because I honestly find that hard to believe. Like, even, like, before I logged into the alpha, I already knew this solution wasn't good. Does anyone think, if you have something you think I should talk about, please say it now, otherwise that might be it. You should apply for Nerd Squid. I actually used to be in Nerds, and I used to say ideas in there, and then honestly everyone in there would be like, oh my god, I remember it so specifically. I said, Builder's Wand should work with top slabs of blocks, which it works with top slabs of blocks now, but everyone in Nerds was like, what? That doesn't work because Minecraft considers top slabs of blocks a different block than bottom slabs. I was like, I don't give a crap what the reason is it doesn't work right now. I said it should work. Like, why is everyone shitting on this idea? And guess what? That's how Builder's Wand works now. But either way, like when I was in Nerds, it felt like I felt like I was talking into the void essentially. Like it didn't seem meaningful. I would say something in there and it just wouldn't lead to anything, which is, I mean, I probably got kicked for Nerds due to inactivity because I was inactive. Nothing, shit was talking to a wall. So like, why would I talk in there, right? Yeah, Burn, it's definitely true. Like, I do understand it's a hard thing to fix, but at the same time, they could do a hell of a lot better job than what they're doing now. Yeah. I think most people agree on that. Especially, most people agree with it's unfair. Especially the scaling of the attributes 1 to 10, how those are getting refunded, I think is very weird. Oh, make feathers purchasable from gems. Iron Man players buy access to bizarre auction house for 2,400 gems a day. Facts. Maz, I'm not doing that. That could be decided by the fair market. Yeah. I honestly think the current system is fair because it applies to everyone. You know what else would apply to everyone if they didn't provide any refund at all? That would also apply to everyone. That doesn't make it fair though. So yeah. Did I miss anyone's message in chat who thinks they have something new to provide to the conversation? MF Maz just is incapable of providing like intellectual discussion. I don't even know. Like, what's the point? Maz, no, you blew it. Let Maz in one more time. I honestly don't want to. Like, I don't think he's gonna. Maz, type what you're gonna say. Type what you're gonna say. Hello, Alonzo. Inflation will go down. No. I mean, I don't even know what you're referring to that, like what that's in response to, but this system sucks. This system sucks. Maz, no. Hunting an attribute. I mean, I do agree attributes needed to be changed with how they existed in the game, but this isn't the way they should go about it, especially after they said they're gonna help us fairly. What if the 1010s gave back the level 10 attributes and anything overflow goes into other random attributes? I don't even think that's a good solution, because what if someone just has like a shit, like are they just gonna have every attribute max? Or what if the random attribute it goes into is way more valuable than what they had, right? Read what I said. Haven't heard many things from Maz that works. Yeah. Given amount of shards based on how hard an item is to obtain. Ramparts and glowstone gauntlet giving the least. I don't know what they should do with that specifically, but they do need to take into account the item the attribute is on. Yeah, so I'm still open to hear other ideas for what they could do, but look at my last messages. Abuko said, feathers should have NPC sell price because most players are gonna spend their feathers on RNGs for money either way. NPC sell price to give. I don't think so. I think that would just, at least if people are gonna spend on RNGs, the price of the RNGs might go down because more RNGs are getting introduced to the game, but the feathers themselves having a sell price would just lead to inflation. So, yeah. Rampart should probably just give nothing. It is still soulbound, so entirely your fault if you wasted time grinding attributes on a completely useless armor set. Let me think about that. Probably. You could make the argument there's some niche situations where it almost made sense. But honestly, if they just brick Rampart armor, that's probably okay. Mez, thank you for the 100 bits. But I don't know. I'd have to think more about that. Like, for example... well, shit, I don't have it on the alpha server because I salvaged it, but if you have a lot of... Like, if you have, like, fishing experience 10, like, the fishing armor set, I don't necessarily think you should get nothing because that armor is still useful for, like, just let the fair market decide. Let the auction house decide is what they should do. Let the auction house decide. Because, like, even that, if it's that useful, the auction house price will reflect on it. So, yeah. Have you done your enchant table? No, I don't want to do that right now. Practically, Rampart armor was never used for anything in this game, so it should not give anything. Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking of, like, very niche situations. Like, you could make a Breeze vet set, which might be easier to get than getting Breeze vets. But, like, no. The two people who have that just get fucked at that point. Like, again, let the market decide. Like, let the market decide. There's nothing else to say about that, right? Iron Man will be screwed over for some things, and that's just very unfortunate. But, yeah. I agree, Burnt. They shouldn't just give everyone straight up coins, but they shouldn't do what they're doing now. Yeah, especially if you're grinding ramparts now. Like, I don't know what they're doing with the, if they're gonna take into account with the created before dates or not. I'm not sure how they're doing with that, but you definitely should not be rewarded for grinding out any of, like, the fishing mob sets or crafting new fishing rods or grinding rampart armor. You shouldn't be rewarded for literally any of that. Especially any of that done after this knowledge came out on alpha. You shouldn't be rewarded for that in the slightest. Fishing mob sets, though, let the auction house decide at that point. Like, if the auction house says those sets are worth nothing, then I guess those sets are worth nothing, right? What's the current argument for the... What's the argument for current solution being dog shit? Honestly, if you just watch through the VOD, there's, like, a lot of reasons. Yeah, I have a 10-10 slug, Legion 5 renowned. I'd like to get something at least. Yeah, like, yeah, for things like that, definitely they should at least take in the enchants into account, and then the price of those attributes times 512. I do think, Nunu, you should get something for that, because there's a valid reason to have something like that, and you should be rewarded for. You shouldn't be punished for having that, in my opinion. You might be punished a little bit because the auction house prices probably don't completely reflect the value of that, but I don't think there's a more reasonable way to come up with a solution. But I do agree with that. Oh, did JF Varman say user JF Varman? I'll go through his chat logs. 3 messages. Hey, sorry I opened. These were like hours ago, by the way. Sorry I opened stream. I don't have much time. What's the main points for you right now? Yeah, we're still working on the numbers and got a new draft already. Should be on alpha soonish. Also, yeah, that's the goal. We want the feathers to be distributed based on average coin values of the god rolls. Just takes balancing skill. Still. So that's all JF Varman had to say. Shout out JF Varman, Hypixel admin, for coming to the stream and talking in chat. A few messages. I think it's in good standing. Admins could have given us nothing. No, that's not a good. Saying they couldn't have given us nothing isn't a good argument for saying this is a good system. You can't have an update this big and not get fucked over. Something like that should just not be accounted for. What are you talking about? Nunu's like boots? I mean, look at the auction house price. That's what I'll say about that. Like, he probably will get fucked over a little bit, but you shouldn't get to tier 10 attributes and billions of coins from the refunds. I don't think anyone is. Well, it depends what you're getting refunded, right? Like, it just depends. But I don't think they should give you straight up coins, but yeah. What AH price? Who else has that shit? I have no idea. He might be cooked on that, but the price of 512 or even over 1,000 pairs of slug boots could, I don't know how that adds up. So only idiots spend on slug boots. Well, on Iron Man, slug boots is the best. Like, this armor set. Oh my god. Let me log into main again. Let me get off the alpha. On Iron Man, it's actually the best armor set you're gonna have for dropping loot at a certain point. I haven't done as much fishing as Nunu, obviously, like Nunu's max level Iron Man, but I was building towards these sets. I don't have a God Roll helmet yet, but I was building towards these sets because this would have eventually been, if the system never changed, this would have been my best set to get drops of during lava fishing. And even, I guess in some cases, if I was just going off of Magic Fund, it would have been better than for normal fishing. Well, I guess very situationally, yes. So I do think Nunu should get some compensation because, again, he put Renowned on it, he put Legion 5 on it. He didn't do that for fun. It's because for Iron Man, those are the best boots anyone is realistically getting in the game. So I do think something should reflect on that. Yeah, like any situation where you're fishing, if you don't need the extra, I don't even know what stats Magma Lord's giving in the update, but if you're reaching your sea creature chance and you're reaching your fishing speed, then you could validly wear the set, especially it has 2 gemstone slots on it. You could actually fish in that set, especially compared to just fishing in Soro or just fishing in Magma Lord. Like, you could situationally have better stats in that set. So I don't think Nunu should necessarily get punished for it. I guess another thing I don't get is we're probably going to be significantly stronger after the Kudra Gears rebalance post updates. So like, not only will we be more powerful and we're keeping old stacks, but people want even more. I'm confused. But yeah, again, like the reason why this set is valuable on Iron Man is because you will never get a You're never getting a full Magma Lord set to 10-10 attributes, let alone only 10-10 magic find. I mean, maybe someone could correct me. I don't know what Knight, whatever that guy's name is, the Iron Man who's done a shit ton of Kudra runs. He will definitely be the closest out of anyone on the server for 1010 Magmalord. I don't know if he's even working towards that or if he even has a 1010 Magmalord set because of just the god roll is hard to get on Iron Man. But so for a lot, that would have been the best set I would ever realistically get for lava fishing for pulling drops. Knight's done with 15-star armor. I know that, but I don't know if that, like, did 15-star armor get him enough to get full 1010 attributes for like the fishing sets, right? So I don't know about that. But the current system would give you the shards for the attributes now, aka proportionate. They are not giving proportionate compensation is the issue. Content itself was a great problem. Is that content itself was the problem? Is that they'd refund? They said they'd refund people. They shouldn't have. I agree they shouldn't have, especially if they're doing this. But I still think they could come up with something better than this. So, yeah. Okay, I think they're refunding, but people want more because they're not giving anywhere near equal. The refund is nowhere near equal. That's why we want more. We want what they said they would give, right? What is this? 100% agreed. Also, just make promises in general is never a good idea for a dev team. Yeah. Me one clickbait title. Okay, who fell for it? There's no point in investing hundreds of development hours into an issue that won't appease anyone. I don't think that's true. They definitely should come up with a better solution than they have now. I don't know how many hours that's gonna take, but they should do that because they said they would. And I'm sure they will. Honestly, I believe that the admins will make things right. Like I believe in them. I think they absolutely will. We just gotta wait. It's on alpha. I don't like people saying, "Oh my god, why are people complaining about attributes? It's on the alpha, bro. They're gonna change it." Yeah, the idea of alpha is people give their feedback, so they actually do change it. Otherwise, what? They just leave in a dogshit system and it goes live. Who's giving feedback? Everyone. Everyone. They should give feedback, receive feedback from everyone, listen to who's making valid points of why, what should happen, and what's wrong with what. Yeah. Attributes are the only complaint I have too. Yeah. I mean, I really haven't looked at the rest of the update, but this is what matters the most for me at the moment. Who do they listen to? They listen to reasoning. Logic and reasoning. Either the market will be flooded with attributes or people will insta-complete other different things. Well, I guess the market's getting flooded or something. I don't know. It's not a binary. Those two things both don't have to happen. They could figure something else out, right? Every alpha ever has had unbalanced stuff. People mention countless bugs and it gets ignored. Exactly. That's honestly why I want to make sure this doesn't happen. Like, I hate seeing, that's actually why I don't like alpha, is because people find big issues with either gameplay loops or whatever on alpha. And then the update goes live after these issues are still known, and it's just, it's not good to see, because it's like, isn't that what alpha is for? Yeah. So, yeah. Things that apply to Kudra should not allow you to insta-complete other aspects of the game. I mean, they're literally removing that part of the game from Kudra, so if you should be rewarded somehow, whether they're re-implementing, I don't know, you should just be, I mean, they're literally changing the system directly out of Kudra into the attribute system that's not only in Kudra, so I mean, yeah. Feathers should have UUIDs. I honestly don't even know why they're not, but yeah. Is that true, Drexay? When did they change the fundamentals of the game that hurt the player base badly? I don't think that's ever happened. Yeah, I don't care if Kudra's less profitable after the update either. I completely agree. I don't think Kudra like intrinsically needs to have a profit per hour it needs to hit. I completely agree. Yeah, I think we covered a lot of different opinions over the stream. Quite productive. I've seen a lot of whining about that too, about Kudra profit. Yeah, I honestly couldn't care less about Kudra profit. Like, that's not even the main issue I care about right now. Mining update hurt a lot of people. I don't think the player base dipped because of the main mining update. I mean, I wouldn't even say that. It definitely made. I think that was a good update. So, well, to an extent, I don't like how gemstone mining isn't the best Iron Man money making method in the game. It definitely should be. I hope that gets addressed in the future, but I'm mainly referring to an update of that caliber. Well, I just don't think there's been an update that like massively tanked the player base, but yeah. Conclusion, delete Garden and maybe Minions, and yeah, probably delete Iron Man. And honestly, when this comes off of Alpha, just fully wipe everyone. Full reset Skyblock, just fully wipe everyone, and then no one can complain, right? Because it happened to everyone, right? Why not? And remove Stranded. So, yeah. Alrighty. I will raid Remittal. Go say hi to Remittal. Appreciate everyone who joined the stream, especially not only the viewers, but thank you to all the guests who joined the stream. We got to hear a lot of different opinions. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, guys. I think, honestly, I would say that was pretty productive. Hopefully we see some actual change on Alpha. I'm gonna try to come up with a short version of the stream to pass on to the admins. But I think we got to hear a lot of opinions from a lot of different people. Iron Man, non-Iron Man, people with attributes, people with not a lot of attributes, like a lot of different opinions. Yeah, so if you contributed at all, whether it be in chat or you were a guest invited on to talk, I appreciate it. Until then, I don't know when I'll be next be live. I'm on day 4 on my video out of 158. The video is currently 15 minutes long. Yeah, we'll see when it gets done. Just wait around for it. It probably won't be before the Foraging update, but I will work on it and I won't rush it. So go say hi to Remittal. Have a good rest of your night, everyone, and take care. Bye-bye.